Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
I'll be blunt. I went to India to kill myself. In a way, I got my wish. Life had become a bleak and gray thing that looked to be a prison woven out of countless invisible strands. Money, cubicle, bad food, bad sleep. I was 2 years out of college, and seeing the rest of my years flowing straight ahead with no deviation and no freedom. Raised on video games and television, I was now expected to suddenly fit into a drone-like routine. Wake up far earlier than I'd ever had to before, sit at work going crazy from boredom for 9 hours, then drive home to eat, sleep, and do it all over again. Was this really life? I held out for another year before I knew I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't be a cog in a machine. But our world is not kind to young men who refuse the system. Every day on the way to work, I saw homeless people and how they were treated. I wouldn't go out like that. No, that was just a slow suicide all its own. I'd always been fascinated by television shows about other countries, so I chose my favorite, and I spent the remainder of my bank account on a ticket to India. Once I was there, once I had seen all the wonderful sights and experienced another culture, well, there was nothing after that. No plans. Once you're out of money, you're as good as dead anyway. Turned out India wasn't much different than home. Coffee shops, crowded streets, jobs. The same bitter meal, just a slightly different scent and flavor. It shouldn't have been like that. It was supposed to be different. Another continent, same prison. I begged for change until I got enough to buy a bottle of sleeping pills. They weren't even that expensive, but the experience of asking strangers for money for 2 days straight was enough to convince me I was doing the right thing. I found a corner and ate them all, a handful at a time. I don't even remember falling asleep. It was as if I'd been thrust 1,000 feet deep under the ocean, and I was rising. For a time, I thought I was free from my body and soaring up to heaven, but instead I burst up out of the waters of Lethe and banged my head into wood. A bunk bed? No. My arms were sore and tingly from disuse, but they still listened. My half-numb fingers found a rough surface about 2 inches above my face. It was dark. Why was it dark? And why was it hard to breathe? I began trying to flex my legs, but they didn't want to move. I managed to curl my toes after some effort. Then the pain in my thighs and ankles seared into my awareness. My legs were bent and must have had poor blood flow for quite some time. I clenched my fists against the pain and just remained like that until the pain finally passed. After that, I tried to stretch, and the truth hit me. I was curled up in a small wooden box. But why and where? I pressed against the sides of the box, but felt absolutely no give. It was poor quality wood with very little strength, which meant something had to be blocking it on the other side, and that meant, oh God! The bottle of sleeping pills must have nearly killed me, but not completely. They must have thought I was dead. They buried me alive. I was lucky to even have this box, really. As a foreigner, as someone with no money, had someone put me inside it as an act of kindness? If they'd just thrown me in a pit and buried me, I'd have been dead already. That logic didn't help keep the panic back for more than a few seconds. I began screaming and beating at the thin wood with all my strength. Bits of dirt sifted down from above, but I kept attacking the wood until it began pouring down like the grains in an hourglass. The air was stale and I was suffocating, but I had no better plan. I would either die now or find... Yes. They hadn't buried me deep at all, maybe a few inches. Sunlight. I could see sunlight. And air. Air flowed in. Oh, God. The sweetest breath despite the choking dirt in the air. I screamed for help. There was no reply. Was I in some sort of graveyard? Of course. I had to be. My shout had to be in reality a small whimper. Nobody would ever hear it. I waited. I didn't hear anyone. Every so often I shouted as loud as I could. The light outside dimmed, went dark, and then reappeared over the course of a cold night. That morning it began to rain. A little bit of water trickled down, and I drank as much as I possibly could. The box creaked as the dirt above grew heavier, and I was forced to roll onto my back and prop up my weak roof with my knees. I wasn't strong enough to bash my way up, but it could certainly fall in on me and crush me. How do I convey what it's like to be buried alive? Every story I've read or every movie I've seen focuses on the initial terror of waking up underneath the earth, forgotten. That passed quickly. The era after that was an endless one of waiting, thinking, and guessing. Do I shout now? Do I wait? Do I conserve my strength and try to break up through the surface when the dirt dries out? I hope it doesn't rain so hard that the earth will dry, but I hope it does rain so I won't die of thirst. But I also hope it doesn't rain too hard or I'll drown. As always, 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 the box is present, like part of your body. No matter what position you choose, you can feel every single side of it. It's right there with you, like a shell, like a second skin. You come to know every knot and grain in the dark. You even repair it and prop it up with your own strength, even though it is a damn thing that you are trapped inside. The box is death, but the box is also life. For 2 days it didn't rain. Then, right about noon, judging by the initial brightness of my sole beam of light, a new darkness joined me in my box. I thought someone had walked over my grave, and I began shouting, but no, it was a thunderstorm. I prayed. You bet I prayed. I've never been a religious guy before, but please, please, I said, please keep that rain to a light drizzle. When an inch of water had built up around me in my box, I knew it was time to act. It was do or die. I practiced a pose worthy of Cirque du Soleil, and I got into it now. Bare feet planted solidly in that inch of water, knees out, arms curled under, back against the ceiling, all inside a box about 2 feet high. I pushed. The wood cut into my back, but I pressed with all the strength left in my legs. There was a small give above, as if I was making a little bump in the dirt where some person might see it. I strained so hard, put so much of myself into that attempt, that I felt nothing else. I envisioned myself bursting free into the open air and rain. That's all I had to do. My body gave out first, and I rolled onto my back to rest for a second try. Something up there had moved. I knew I could do it, given time. But the box betrayed me and caved in on top of me. Dirt poured in as I fruitlessly fought the flow. I put my mouth to the narrow air hole in an attempt to avoid suffocation. All that did was leave me completely trapped and totally unable to move while wet dirt squeezed in over my eyes and around my neck. I was entirely encased in dirt, except for my mouth, which was open to the air, and the rain was intensifying. I drank as much rainwater as I could. I even began eating the traces of mud it brought down with it. Anything I could to keep that narrow hole in the ground above clear. Eventually, though, the rain overtook me, and I was forced to close my mouth and hold my breath. That was it, then. There were no more plays, no more tries. I'd come to India to die, even tried to kill myself with pills, and yet here I was, fighting desperately, down to the very last second, just to cling to life one moment longer. I was immobile underground with a funnel of rainwater growing heavier on my closed mouth. How long could Olympic divers hold their breath? I'd seen a show once while flipping through the channels. Was it 3 minutes? Was it 4? God, the pressure on my chest. I haven't even gotten a full breath. 60, 61, 62, 63. I knew I was nearing my limit. What did I want to spend the last minute or two of my life thinking about? Girls I've dated? My favorite movies? It was all nothing, but it was everything. Every mundane little thing in the entire world was now a luxury I would never have again. I would stroke the fabric of my cubicle at my boring job if only to see again, to breathe one more time. Thunder struck overhead so loud that I could hear it even in my prison of mud. I wish I could say that at the last moment the hillside gave way under the fury of that monsoon and spilled me out onto a mudslide of corpses. That's what local law enforcement and doctors insisted on when I tried to tell them the truth. To them, I was just a crazy foreigner that had been traumatized by being buried alive. They refused to listen. Because I was not saved at the last second by the weather, in fact, I wasn't saved at all. I counted to 140 before my awareness started to halo out into shimmering white. Keep my mouth closed. Keep my mouth closed. Keep my mouth closed. Water, dirt, mud, pressure. Keep my mouth closed. That was all that remained. If you open your mouth, you die. But if you don't breathe, you also die. No choices. Something was tugging at me just before I gave in. Something was pulling at me, not from above, but from below. Chill iciness wrapped around my limbs and began to pull me down. I remember the spray of released rainwater as it shot down from the hole where it had built up. Then I was dragged through the earth at a breakneck pace. Keep my mouth shut. Keep my mouth shut. No longer. I let out dead air and gasped. Somehow, I was alive. I'd been deposited somewhere full of soft, round lumps and hard, straight lines. The air here was breathable but horribly foul. For as much as I'd wanted to escape darkness, I let myself just be alive for a few minutes. I think I knew something was wrong, but it wouldn't begin until I opened my eyes. Finally, I was fully conscious again. Still dark, no light. I began to crawl along the acrid piles. Long, solid objects clacked hollowly against another. Big, round, soft lumps rolled as I pushed my way across. As I went, I began to suspect, but I didn't truly know, until my hand fell upon the unmistakable lay of a cold nose and mouth. The human head rolled away down the pile of bones I was crawling over. I saw nothing, but I knew. Had the graveyard somehow rotted underneath? Had rainwater deposited all the bodies down in some sort of cave? I was alive, at least for the moment, but this was somehow worse than the box. At least in the box I could shout and pray someone would hear me. If I was in a corpse-filled sinkhole, well, there was nothing to do but starve, a fate which would take years if new bodies were continually sliding down into my muddy prison every time it rained. God, what if I never died? What if enough water and human meat made it down here to keep me alive for decades? Could I really eat a corpse? Funny, I hadn't actually cried while in that box. In that box, everything was simple. Here, loneliness and starvation would turn me into a monster. I crawled around that sinkhole for hours, testing each side of the massive pit. The sides were solid dirt, packed hard by ancient geological processes. There was a small span of time where I considered building some sort of scaffolding out of bones. There were certainly enough, and tons of clothes and hair to tie them off with. It was a grim thought, but seemingly the only way out, until the door opened. There was no light, I only heard it. In that sinkhole, there were only two sounds: the water draining away in a narrow crack between two hard plates of rock, and me. After at least 2 days down there, I knew the moment the door opened. There was nothing but a soft sigh of smooth metal and warm air, but I began moving toward it immediately. There was also a fourth sound. Something moved along the pile of bones, sending bones scattering and heads rolling. It was swift and mostly silent, and it dragged something back out. I chased after it and dove into the gap that hadn't been there before. I got inside before it closed. Metal. Warm metal. It was still pitch black, but I could feel smooth, warm metal under my hands. Maintenance shaft, I guess, but for what? Had some animal found a grate in the sewers and given me my escape? I felt behind me, but the door was solid metal, not a grate, and covered with unfamiliar sleek patterns. Checking, I found that I could push it open if I wanted to. It opened only from the inside, and I had somehow missed it while feeling the sides of the sinkhole. I could go back if I wanted to, but to hell with that. I turned and started crawling ahead. There was really no way to tell how long the warm and smooth metal tunnel was. I'd been in darkness so long that I'd lost all sense of distance and time. I crawled until my hands and feet were too weak to move. Then I stumped along on my elbows and knees. This was going somewhere. This had to be going somewhere. I slept, encased in warmth. When I put my head to a soft, round hump of metal, I could hear a hissing and falling humming, as if everything around me were alive, asleep, and breathing softly somewhere deep and distant. How long had I been underground by then? A week? For the first time in a week, I found light. When I awoke and kept crawling again on sore hands, I finally emerged into an open chamber that held its own dim gray ambient glow. As happy as I was to finally see again, and even then only the barest undarkness that any normal human eye would have seen as pitch black had they not spent a week underground craving light, I also knew I was not nearly home nor safe. Here the sleek metal tubes of the tunnel expanded to form a sort of rectangular mortuary. There was no floor, only a maze of pipes overlapping one another. The pipes bulged upward in places in a series of table-like formations. On these knotted biers rested 6 corpses in various stages of decay. 2 of the tables were empty. Yeah, from bad to worse. But my time, buried alive, had beaten all the fear out of me. Death was no longer the worst possible outcome. I had to keep going. The chamber had multiple ways out, and none of them looked official. I crawled up a pipe-lined hole and hid there as I heard something sighing outside a larger gap. As I squeezed myself tighter and tighter into shadow, I watched an enormous organic metallic hand on 1,000 juxtaposed joints slide in without a sound and pick up the farthest corpse in the row. From the sound, I knew that this was what had entered my sinkhole. This was what had stolen a corpse. This had reached all the way down that interminable tunnel on its endless, metal-jointed arm, and now it was taking one of the bodies to another chamber. Creeping by sourceless gray, barely light, I moved down the subtly pulsing tunnel beyond, following the arm as it receded into gloom. It was dangerous, and my heart threatened to pound through my ribcage, but I had nowhere else to go. I only barely caught my breath as I came face to face with a human skull. I nearly screamed. Set in the wall, no, part of the wall, it gaped with open eyes at nothing. Tubes of a dozen different varieties, all smooth chrome, had entered it through the ears and mouth and spinal cord area. The ends of those connections gleamed as spikes and fluid carriers. Were they once connected to something? Moving on, I followed the curve of the wide, metallic cave until I reached what looked like twin operating rooms. A steel bush of micro-arms hovered over a pipe bulge beer within each room, picking and clawing at a corpse on each table. No, not picking at. I crept closer, wary of that greater arm that had deposited the left body and then departed somewhere. The body on the left table was long decayed, but tiny claws and surgical instruments on arms between 6 and 10 feet long appeared to be dipping into a wide bath in the floor filled with random pieces of human flesh, and then carefully applying those pieces to the skull of the dead patient. I slipped and tumbled into the room, nearly sliding into the vat of flesh, but gripped warm metal at the last second. Had I been caught? No. The surgical arms never even so much as slowed. They didn't care at all about me. I hugged the wall, knowing the same might not be true of that bigger arm. As I watched, the arms reconstructed the face of a human being. They did not rebuild his hair or skin, only the muscles around the skull, and then 2 eyes were plucked from the vat and inserted with great care. For the first time since I'd been buried alive, I felt vaguely not alone, although the eyes just stared straight up. They had no eyelids and as yet no muscles to move them. What were these machines doing? The arms began filling the inner portions of the skull where I could not see. Then they flitted quickly down the table, piecing together a spine and the core of a nervous system. Between the ribs, the next thing they fused together were 2 different lung sacs from a vat. A small arc of electricity shocked the heart placed in between. The head, lungs, heart, and rib cage on the table began screaming. Loud echoes of terror and shock radiated out from our organic metal surgery room. I froze in absolute terror for an eternal moment, and then jumped forward. I hissed, "Shut up! It'll kill you!" The muscle-bound skull could not move, but the eyes sitting within did. Ever so slowly, those irises focused on me. Its windpipe moved visibly between its skull and septum. Its lungs contracted with effort. It said something in Hindi. I put my fingers to my lips. "Shh!" The reanimated half-body said one more sentence in Hindi, then closed its jutting jaw to signal it would remain silent. Was it a man or a woman? What had it said? It watched me sidelong with terrified eyes as I climbed into the other operating room. The same thing was happening there, but the process was not as far along. The machines here were pulling from a vat filled with bone fragments and rebuilding a spinal column below a cracked skull. I must have rocked back and forth for a solid minute as the insanity of what I was seeing overwhelmed me. What the hell was this? I must have gone insane. I was still in that sinkhole. No. Whenever I turned and looked over my shoulder, I could see those horrified, muscle-ringed eyes watching me, hoping I would do something. The surgical arms continued their work, adding more nerves and pieces of the circulatory system. The arms had seen fit to ignore me so far, but it was too dangerous to interfere with their work. To that man or woman on the table, I whispered, "I'll come back for you." I waited for a nod, listened to a third sentence in Hindi, then headed on. I repeated the foreign syllables in my mind, hoping to memorize them and translate them later if I ever saw civilization again. Who knew what terrible secrets that reanimated man or woman had seen? The curve continued, taking me through a cathedral-like area where pools of black water stank under a ribcage of thick metal bones, dripping ichor from ancient tubing. The light here was still barely perceptible, and so thin that I had to move my head back and forth to make out shapes, but it was definitely shifting from gray to blue as I climbed across the vast valley. At no place and no junction were there ever signs, texts, or floors to stand on. Nothing about this place was for humans. I wasn't even sure I was on the bottom, per se, as there was no difference between the floor and the ceiling, or indeed even the walls. The whole place could have been upside down or at an angle for all I knew, or there was no intended orientation at all, and it had just all grown haphazardly. Because grown had to be the right word. The metal conduits were warm and alive, and I couldn't feel a single seam or welding mark. Perhaps a cave system had already existed here, and a horrible seed of some sort had grown to fill it over centuries. Or perhaps I was inside an enormous demon skull even now, as it slept inside the earth, and this was simply its body. The world was a farce, and this defied everything I'd ever known. Legs. The next vast chamber held hundreds of pairs of human legs jutting from the walls. Not for me. That chamber was not for me. Too much. The mind can face some things. I climbed upward, ever upward, deeper into the blue light. At the apex, the most excruciating dark blue light, somehow sharp and dull at the same time. I found an oval room, hosting a dozen odd dark devices, and a face set in the wall at the end. It was the face of a woman, and her eyes were closed. Tubes and conduits connected her bulging head, as I'd seen in that skull before, and my mind began to grasp something about the nature of the place. Aging, growth, change. I couldn't explain it in words, but the dark spirit behind those closed eyes, I knew that if she happened to wake and look my way, I would suffer a fate 10,000 times worse than death. The next tube-surrounded ramp upward lay beyond her. Moving as slowly and as quietly as I could, I stepped from one round pipe to the next, my gaze jumping from my bare feet to her closed eyes twice a second. When I saw her twitch, I moved. Her lids opened slowly, and I saw her eyes move gently back and forth, sweeping the room. She did not see me. I was clinging to the wall below, staring directly up at her chin. Her mouth did not open, but I thought I heard a hum of suspicion. I counted 2 hours after her lids had closed again before I crept along the base of the wall and up the ramp. Blue shifted to violet as I ascended. I kept going up and up and up, climbing pipes, avoiding dripping black rivulets, and always staying quiet. There was a sleeping awareness about this whole place, a towering, monstrous machination waiting for ages, running pieces of itself on automatic in the meantime, but ever wary of intruders. And I found it there in the violet basilica. When the light became so painfully violet that I knew human eyes had ever seen this place, I found a sleeping giant. It was mostly fetus, mostly brain. It was maybe 10 or 15 times as tall as me, and it was floating, suspended in dark ichor inside a glass tube that ran from a biomechanical base right to the ceiling unfathomably high above. As I stared in utmost horror and tried to comprehend it. As I watched its brain stomach expand and contract slowly as it breathed from thick tubes, I saw that it was just one of a dozen. Like massive pillars in double colonnades, I stood at the center of a gigantic cathedral built to worship and house horrific sleeping beings. I stood in the center, in a circle of pipes, and for the first time I recognized the use of that space. If they had been awake, those 12 would have floated in their foul chambers and gazed down upon me in judgment. There was a court of some inhuman exotic law, and we all had been judged guilty. I ran. I no longer cared about being quiet. My bare feet hammered along those uneven round conduits until I was through that basilica and beyond into darkness, where I was sure light still glimmered, but past violent, beyond what human eyes could see. I just kept climbing, hour after hour, sometimes up, sometimes down. And then I climbed up through a narrow tube, barely big enough for me to squeeze through, and found myself back in the left operating chamber. Somehow I'd gotten so turned around that I had come full circle. That, and I was on the ceiling. Ports and biomechanical adaptations had been fitted to the ribcage on the operating table above, and skin had been grafted on and was being fused together by medical lasers. I could now see that it was a woman, and she was staring up at me both in confusion that I was on the ceiling and in hope that I had returned. I'd been right about the lack of an orientation in this horrible place. Could it? Yes. I climbed up the wall and felt my sense of direction adapt as I went. The entire time, I could have been on the walls or ceilings without knowing it. I simply never tried to circle the chamber's sides, rather than climb along the bottom as I understood it. The question it left me was simply, where the hell was I? And there was no escape, except back to the sinkhole from whence I'd come. I sat for a time with that Hindi woman, but we didn't know each other's language, so all we could do was wait and pray. The larger claw soared by at regular intervals. I watched its arm twist and move as it worked further down the line. I guessed that there were other operating rooms and likely other graveyards being pilfered from below. This was death. This was the afterlife for all intents and purposes. We put our dead in the ground, and this place took them and rebuilt them for its own ends. There was nothing I could do. Although the table in the right chamber was rebuilding an entire skeleton, the Hindi woman near me only had her top half remade. Half biomechanical, half organic, she struggled as the large arm came to claim her. She screamed, but one of the surgical arms clasped and screwed a metal mask over her mouth, silencing her. I stood, unmoving, and clutching the walls until the large arm deposited another pile of bones and left the surgical table to its work. The arm didn't care about me. Nothing here did. A week must have passed while I wandered those ghastly halls. There was nothing to learn, nothing to see, nothing to figure out. No tools, no exits. I was beginning to starve, but I refused to do it. I refused. Even though there were whole vats of flesh just waiting to be eaten. I couldn't. I wouldn't. The black ichor was water. Stained water, darkened with something undefinable, but it kept me alive. Unable to bear the afterlife any longer, I eventually found a new oval room and gave myself up. Among the black devices was a woman's face, just like the other blue-lit control room, and I waited for her to open her eyes. When she did, I recognized them. I knew those eyes. She spoke. Her mouth was masked and unmoving, but her voice came from the walls somehow. The words began Hindi, but transformed into something unintelligible as the connections around her head bulged forcefully. The claw was upon me in moments. Chill, solid fingers wrapped around me, and I recognized the feeling. This claw had taken me down from my box and deposited me in the sinkhole. I was captured, and I expected to... what? Be torn apart? Killed? Become a cog integrated into the machine exactly as I had always feared, even before I had been buried alive? The claw carried at me an unnerving speed through blue, gray, and even yellow-lit biomechanical tunnels until darkness shrouded me and a rising sensation gripped my stomach. Finally, we hit something hard, and I was thrown free in a slurry of mud and water in the grip of a tremendous storm. She'd let me go. Somehow that woman had used some shred of her human willpower to eject me from the afterlife. I couldn't save her, but she'd saved me, at least for the moment. I was free. The odyssey that had begun with my suicide attempt was over, and I was back in the world of the living. I survived the storm and even tried to tell the authorities about what was waiting under the earth and stealing their dead, but they just laughed me off. It was also then that I learned a bit about Hindi customs and that most Hindus are cremated. Did they suspect? Did their ancestors somehow know what was under the world stealing the buried? The graveyard I'd been buried alive in was for a mix of various peoples and tribes, those who couldn't afford cremation and unclaimed foreigners. It was possible the storm had wiped away the entire thing, like I'd been told, but I suspected that the nightmare beneath had closed its sinkhole because my escape had compromised that particular location. While trying to understand what I'd experienced, I translated the Hindi woman's 4 sentences and their meaning. To me, is worse than anything I witnessed. She'd said first, when she'd been just a muscle-bound skull and lungs, "Thank you, thank you." After I begged her to remain quiet, she said, "I'm just happy to be able to move again." And when I told her I'd come back for her, she said, "Don't interfere. I want this." And when I'd finally seen her as part of that nightmare, as a face set in the wall and gagged for eternity, speaking only through biomedical means, she'd said, "When we die, we stay where we lie. Our bones, our dust remain aware for all time. This place is trying to help us. They are trying to help us, though they do not understand us. We know them. They're angels." But her words became some unknown language after that. I wrote down their phonetic syllables, but they're meaningless as far as anyone, even experts, can tell. And I am left with the horror of knowledge, the haunting paralysis born of what I've seen and heard, from the mouth of someone who died and being rebuilt. When we die, we stay where we lie. Our bones, our dust, remain aware for all time. Suicide is now the last thing on my mind. We survive. We must survive for as long as we can, no matter the cost. Each and every single one of us, for death is not the end. No, death is just the start, the beginning of a lonely agony that will never, ever end, no matter how badly you want it. I thought being trapped in a box for a few days was bad, but now I know that death is worse. Now I travel from graveyard to graveyard, looking, hoping, begging to find that underground nightmare once more. I beg to be a part of that machine, a part of hell. I would make a deal with the devil, or worse, with those sleeping beings in the violet basilica. Take my flesh, if only so that I may live and breathe in some form. For death is without hope and without peace. Death has no escape, no air holes, no cramped limbs, no shouting for rescue. Death is being buried alive with nothing but your thoughts, forever. Robert Francis started the day with purpose and verve. Thrilled by the thought of no drive to work, no gray boring suit or stifled office air, he negotiated the sporadic city traffic with glee. He owned 2 other bikes, but for this adventure would rely upon his favorite and most trusted of wheeled companions. With a custom paint job reading Rob in large white letters across a frame of black, this was a bike which had never failed him. No bumps, no bruises, not so much as a punctured tire. His itinerary was set, and he was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally being on holiday. It had been more than 11 months since he had taken so much as an hour off from his suffocating suit and tie, so the thoughts of spending 8 whole days cycling through the Scottish wilderness with only his backpack and tent for company was frankly exhilarating. Within an hour, he had reached the city limits, breathing a sigh of relief as he left the world of work and sales targets behind. Most of his time was spent in the corporate office blocks of that great place, but the countryside is where he longed to be, exploring the unbound wilderness. The unpredictable Scottish summer cast its unwelcome interruptions as the busy traffic gave way to winding country roads. It was colder than he had anticipated, but even this could not dampen his spirits. As he made his way through the open countryside, passing the occasional car and rural dwelling, a smile crept across his face. Cycling was his passion, and Robert was in his element. A couple of hours passed as the sparse yet vibrant green grassland soon surrendered to a more imposing and altogether impressive setting. Slight hills rose up to become domineering mountains. Pockets of isolated woodland soon weaved together into thick and impenetrable forests, and wide-open roads soon constricted into narrower, less-trodden avenues. For the past 3 months, he had been in a quandary about where to go on his adventure, which remote part of Scotland to explore. But when he passed over an old stone bridge with a babbling stream underneath like 1,000 voices whispering for attention, and found himself face to face with a forest covering hills, mountains, and valleys like a blanket, he knew he had made the right decision. A dirt road cut through the labyrinth of trees ahead, winding and twisting for miles. It occurred to Robert that as he cycled further into the forest, the daylight above seemed to diminish with each panting puff of air, blocked by the huge pine trees on both sides, as if the sun were an unwelcome visitor. As the sky darkened, it became clear it was time to stop for the night, so, after spotting a gap in the trees not far from the road, he clambered through some thick underfoot and entangled bushes, hauling his bike and backpack behind him, looking for a suitable resting place. On reaching the clearing, and observing the broken and felled trees which encircled it, he set his tent up for the night on a small pitch of unassuming grass. Before long, he was sitting next to a roaring fire under the stars. Unimpeded by the false light of man, they shone bright and bold above. After a few hours of watching the warm glow of the fire, he reluctantly turned in for the night, excited by the prospect of another day's adventure, another day of distance between himself and the city. That night he slept soundly, but for one ill-defined dream of a noise in the darkness growing louder with each breath. The next morning he set off as soon as there was daylight. It had rained slightly during the night, and after cycling for an hour, Robert noticed a change in the landscape. It had become increasingly unkempt, less constrained. The trees seemed closer together, and any occasional gaps in the forest scenery were filled by clearings and small fields which had been left unattended for some time. It became clear that he had traveled far enough into the forest that he was now out of reach of even the park rangers who would normally maintain such a place. It seemed as though beyond that point, the land had been neglected by its carers. The thought that even those familiar with that wilderness were afraid to tread there
weighed on his mind momentarily before being quickly dismissed as a flight of fancy. The sky dulled as the day wore on, and it was clear that rain was on its way once more. After pushing his bike up a steep incline, which he felt was too uneven to cycle on, Robert reached its peak, revealing another breathtaking change in front of him. The land spread out to the horizon, sprawling forward between pockets of woodland and stagnant pools of water, slumbering in a deep-set valley which stretched across an ancient basin for miles below. With brooding storm clouds above, he looked down at the valley and decided it would make sense to set up camp early. Not a half hour later, he had descended and stood in a wide circle of grass, and after putting his tent in place, all that was left was to gather some firewood. The only problem was that Robert had picked a camping spot dominated more so by bushes and shrubs than trees. He would have to venture out across the valley and find what he needed from one of the wooded areas nearby. A collection of pine and fir trees, which formed an isolated island of woodland about a half-mile across, was close enough to the camp. After 10 or 15 minutes of trudging through the long grass, occasionally sinking his feet unwittingly into remnants of a marshy bog, Robert found himself at the edge of the woods. Its boundary was dominated by older trees, which had long since withered, covered by thick brown hanging moss, nature's own burial shroud. The broken trunks of once beautiful and majestic pines and sycamores littered the ground, open and rotting from the inside, not unlike a decomposing animal. It occurred to Robert that the woods seemed somehow out of place. The trees did not belong to the landscape as others did. The long grass, which characterized the entire area, seemed to thin out and change from a healthy natural green color to a morbid yellow-brown. As this thought ruminated, accompanied by an increasing sense of unexplainable dread, he realized that he was looking at a large dead ring of grass which followed the tree line perfectly, encircling the pocket of woodlands as if marking the limits of a tomb. On their own, in a forgotten part of the world, many would have been cautious of such a sight, but Robert quickly shook off his initial sense of vigilance, finding the area intriguing, a place unlike any he had seen before. With a bold stride, he stepped over the woodland threshold into the dim light within. On the forest floor he could see many relics of past trees slumped on the ground. As he continued inward, the canopy above grew increasingly thick with each step, sheltering everything from the rain. Scanning the ground for firewood, he looked up and noticed that, while it was daylight outside, the woodland trees were now blotting the sun from the sky. Had he not known better, he would have sworn it was dusk. At last, he found a collection of broken branches and logs which were dry. Robert knew this was as far as he should go, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate through the trees, which seemed to be growing closer together, their branches often interlinked and touching as if trying to keep those inside from escaping. "Don't be silly," Robert smirked to himself. It had started to rain, and although he could hear the drops of water pelting off of the leaves above, his surroundings were perfectly dry. It made sense to make his way back and get a fire started as soon as possible, because once everything was wet, it would prove increasingly difficult to do so. He quickly gathered the last of the wood up into his arms, but just as he turned to leave and follow his own tracks on the pine-covered floor out of the unnerving woods, something caught his eye. Several feet away, obscured by a ring of trees particularly close to one another, there appeared to be a strange arrangement of stones on the ground. Robert, being Robert, he just had to investigate. After clawing his way through a net of branches, he found himself staring at what looked suspiciously like a grave. Hundreds of uneven gray stones the size of a fist, and some substantially bigger, had been piled on top of one another, about 3 feet wide, 7 feet long, and a couple of feet off the ground. it looked as though a mourner had marked the resting place of a body. A shudder crept up Robert's spine as he momentarily experienced a feeling of being watched, but quickly dismissed the fear, replacing it with curiosity. Nearby, he noticed that lying around the stones was a collection of randomly scattered belongings. Several empty beer cans lay strewn on the floor. A jumper covered in rotting leaves sat on the ground, while a sleeping bag, scraps of newspaper, and even some old food cans betrayed the grave for what it really was: someone's campsite. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and surmised from his surroundings that a few students had probably been there in the summer, got caught in the rain, moving into the woods to remain dry. The stones were probably just placed there out of boredom, or even as a prank to creep out any passerby in the future. University summers really were great, Robert thought, casting a fleeting eye back to memories of summer trips with his friends. One thing about the stone configuration intrigued him, however. Sticking out between these two plain gray rocks on the side of the pile was a rock which appeared to be markedly different from the rest. Triangular in shape, it was wider than a human hand, smooth in places, and not dissimilar to black marble, tapering off to a dull point at one end. Before he really considered it with any degree of scrutiny, Robert dropped the firewood, bent over, and tugged at the stone. It felt polished and cold in his hands, but it seemed to not wish to leave its home, wedged as it was so tightly amongst the other rocks. Growing slightly exasperated, he wrapped both his hands around the stone and finally, with an exerted judder backwards, was free. Staring at it intently, it looked suspiciously like an ancient axe head. Whether it was or not, Robert was not qualified to answer, but it certainly looked like a man-made object, and he could see chisel marks along its side. Perhaps the previous campers found it nearby and then used the rock in their construction without knowing of its significance. He was excited by the prospect, and knew instantly that on his return home he would ask a friend of his, who studied archaeology at university, whether it was what he suspected or not. After examining the object for some time, Robert was reminded by the sound of rain above that he really should make his way back to the campsite. Pocketing the stone, he bent over to pick up the firewood, but as he did so, he heard a noise. It appeared as though one of the stones on the pile had slid off and landed on the ground. A creeping sense of unease slowly started to exert itself upon his nerve, one which he could not explain. Picking up the firewood quickly, leaving the rest of the stones unmoved, he began to make his way back. With every step, something deep within was telling Robert that he was no longer alone, and worse, that he was being followed by someone in the woods. But with several nervous glances over his shoulder, he could see nothing. There were moments when he even fancied that he heard the sound of twigs and pines cracking underfoot, but again, no one was there. Breathing a sigh of relief, the tree line came into view, and Robert was filled with cheer, knowing that within a few moments he would be back out in the open air. But just before he reached the periphery of the woods, he heard a crack again. This time it was definite. It was louder than before, more pronounced, and accompanied by the hairs on the back of his neck rising in unison. He was convinced that someone was standing just a few feet behind, staring at him. Caught between the fear of knowing and the fear of not, he finally turned around slowly. Yes, there it was. He saw it. Only for a moment, but he saw it. An arm or a shoulder, something disappearing behind a tree nearby. Robert's mouth grew dry, making it difficult to swallow, and his heart started to thud deep within his chest. He began to backpedal slowly, hoping that he would not trip on an unseen root or weed on the floor, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. With each step, the woods grew lighter, and as he neared its edge, the light from outside bathed its interior in a bluish hue. He did not take his eyes off the large sycamore trunk where that shadowy figure seemed to be hiding, not for one moment. It was peculiar, but an overpowering sense of safety out in the open dominated his thoughts. Normally a person feels exposed and vulnerable in the open wilderness, but not Robert, at least not in that situation. As he edged slowly toward the grassy plain outside, the subtle, foreboding sound of leaves rustling and swaying almost in anger progressed into a crescendo of noise. But there was no wind to gust, no breeze to disturb. There was only one conclusion to be reached. Something was moving towards him. And then he was outside, out of the woods, away from whoever had been following. No, not following, stalking him. Robert was not a superstitious man. You could not afford to be when camping alone in such remote locations, as the mind tends to play tricks, twisting the benign sounds of nature into something much more malevolent. But regardless, he did not wish to stay around long enough to find out who his unwanted companion in the woods had been. Dropping all but the sturdiest piece of wood, which he reckoned would make a good makeshift weapon, he ran as fast as he could toward his own camp, all the while glancing back at that strange island of trees surrounded by dead, withered grass. But nothing emerged from it. Arriving at his tent, out of breath and agitated, he packed up his belongings as quickly as possible, then carried his bike up a small hill and back onto the dirt path. Waiting not one moment longer, he cycled hard and fast, hoping to put as much distance between himself and that place and its unseen resident, before finding somewhere safer and more welcoming to camp. The road was now nothing but a single track of mud, which covered Robert in a shower of dirt every time his bike sloshed through an uneven depression on the ground. The weather was bitter, unusually so at that time of year, and the rain, accompanied now by a freezing wind, battered his face, making each foot of distance traveled feel like 100. He tried to continue for as long as he could, hoping to leave the necessity of making camp until the last usable ray of sunlight. But after a couple of hours, the skies opened further and the rain came down in sheets. He had to find shelter, and quick. Concluding that he had put at least 15 or so miles of winding, difficult track between himself and that bizarre coven of trees. Regardless of whether it felt enough or not, it was simply impossible to continue due to the elements. On the left-hand side of the path, there was a rather steep drop which led down into a large field, but it would not provide the shelter Robert knew he required. To his right was a humble gradient of grass which rose up into a large stretch of woodland. Following his strange experience from earlier, some hesitancy did present itself to him, but the horrendous weather soon increased the motivation for shelter, and after pulling his bike up through the grass, he entered the tree line. The torrential rain filtered through the tree canopy, and it took a while before Robert could locate a suitable spot to camp. Finding a large bush under several tightly knit fir trees, he pitched his tent there, and then, as the area remained relatively protected from the storm outside in the open, using some dried roots, grass, and twigs from the forest floor, he was able to start a small campfire which allowed him to cook some food while raising his spirits. Night began to close in, and as the wind and rain diminished, the sound of sausages sizzling in a frying pan on the fire provided the first sense of well-being and comfort that he had experienced since the morning. Thinking over his experience in the woods, he began to rationalize the events. He had found various belongings in there, a sleeping bag, clothes, food, and beer cans. It was obvious now that he had just disturbed a fellow camper. Someone who no doubt became frightened, seeing another human being wandering around the campsite in the middle of nowhere. That must have been it. The man, and he was reasonably sure it was a man from the little he had seen of him, probably hid behind that tree because he was simply scared or unnerved. Robert relaxed into a sigh of relief, but just as he did so, he slipped his hand into his jacket pocket. Touching its coal black surface, he had completely forgotten about the unusual stone he had picked up from that collection of oddly arranged rocks. Removing it from his jacket pocket and observing it in the low red light of the campfire, Robert was certain that it had been shaped by human hands. It felt old, ancient even, but he would wait to contact his archaeologist friend before getting his hopes up too much. He would have to admit, though, that the idea of finding a relic from the past was something which thrilled him deeply. Since he was a child, he had always obsessed by hidden or undiscovered history, which perhaps explained his fascination with exploring the Scottish countryside, a land steeped in stories and myths of strange and forgotten peoples. Above all else, he hoped that it was of Pictish origin, that mysterious indigenous people who vanished without a trace over 1,000 years ago, something which historians still pondered and puzzled over. Of course, in all probability, it was a modern replica, but the romantic side of Robert's personality hoped that it was so much more, and enjoyed entertaining that hope. As he stared at the relic, something unusual began to filter into his awareness, something different. Above the crackling sound of the fire, the now subtle wind, and the occasional rustle of a woodland animal nearby, came a noise. It was distant. How far, Robert could not tell, but it echoed through the ridges and valleys nearby, scattering through the trees in the dark. It repeated again and again, with only a moment's pause between utterances, and it was an utterance of some description. An animal, perhaps? Robert could not identify it despite his impressive knowledge of the local wildlife. The sound possessed strange characteristics of a creature unknown to him. In some ways, it was reminiscent of a bird of prey, parts high-pitched and shrieking, but under this lay a painful, wretched noise more akin to that of a fox crying in the night looking for its young. That was it exactly. It sounded like it was looking for something. For the next 3 hours, Robert lay awake listening to the screeching noise ebb and flow as whatever was producing it moved closer, then farther away. As he eventually drifted towards sleep, the thought occurred to him that the movement of the sound was not unlike that of a search party, yelling and shouting, looking for someone lost in the wilderness, following a distinct search pattern. In the cold light of day, the noise was gone, and while he had accepted that what had scared him the day before was simply a timid camper, cautious of a nearby stranger, he could still not shake a feeling of impending dread deep from the pit of his stomach. The day passed quickly, and while he made good progress, he did not do so with the delight he had previously felt. Something toxic lay in his mind, just outside of his awareness, something which suffocated his spirits. That night again he camped in a clearing, and yet again that same horrible shriek came out across the wilderness looking for something lost, something precious, shrieking with one subtle difference from the night before. It was closer. Sleep did not come easy once more, and Robert fancied that during the night he had heard footsteps nearby, but attributed these to the simple nocturnal wanderings of a lonely deer or stag. While the following day remained overcast and gray, the wind and rain were gone, both a distant memory, but for the occasional accumulation of water on the dirt track. Robert cycled onward, negotiating a network of paths, while realizing that he had strayed from his intended route at some juncture. Despite this, he was confident he knew where he was, and this unanticipated change would simply be a small detour and nothing more. At times, he made great progress when the ground was even enough, stopping occasionally to take in a variety of delving valleys and rising peaks. Uncharacteristically, however, he kept his distance as much as he could from the woods and forest which often accompanied the road, while dismissing it as merely his imagination. At times he felt like there was something within them, peering out from the dark, watching. It was late afternoon, and he was beginning to feel tired, probably most due to a restless night, combined with the unrelenting pace he had set himself throughout the day. In the back of his mind, he was still running from something, fleeing an unseen, ominous threat. The path he had been on for the past couple of hours had been rather predictable for the most part, but now it curved sharply around a grassy hill to reveal a change in the landscape which had been previously hidden from view. A long stretch of dirt, an uneven track, penetrated a thick forest of fir trees. What Robert found interesting about the path was that it was unnaturally straight, and what he found oddly frightening about it was that it was so narrow, only a couple of feet across. Both sides of the forest only an arm's length apart. This proximity provoked deep feelings of overexposure and claustrophobia. If he had been a soldier in a war zone, Robert would have highlighted this long, narrow path as the perfect place for an ambush. Standing with his mountain bike only a few feet from the beginning of both forest and track, he felt uneasy about the current situation. It was clear that the path was the only way forward, and while it appeared as though it exited the forest a few miles from his position, there was something inherently dubious about it. What? He could not tell, but he did feel that he did not wish to traverse it. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized that both the way he came and the unknown land ahead provoked trepidation in him. For that reason, he dismissed the sense of dread as a figment of his overactive imagination, and with measured movement, slowly set off down the long, straight track, hoping to quickly pass in and out of the forest without incident. A black cloud hovered above, and as Robert negotiated the overly uneven path as quickly as he could, the feeling of foreboding, which he had so nonchalantly dismissed, began to ferment in his stomach, rising up through his body, forcing the hairs on his arm to stand on end. He kept his head down for the most part, occasionally glancing ahead at what he assumed was his exit in the distance. He just wanted to be through and out of that place as quickly as possible, the trees closing in on either side, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Just over halfway down the path, an unnerving and unwelcome familiarity overtook him, a sensation which had accompanied him for days, but now seemed to be sharper, grating more profoundly on his nerves, filled his every thought, the feeling of being watched. Stopping for a moment to catch his breath, he tried, as best he could, to shake the immovable sensation that he was not alone. The path stretched out ahead, and as is common amongst those who attempt to reach a goal or threshold, without thinking, he looked back to measure his own progress. He had managed to cover a substantial amount of the track's length, and was quite confident that in a short time he would escape the narrow stretch of dirt. But just as he turned to continue onward, something caught his eye farther down the path in front of him. He immediately wished that he had not taken the route he had chosen, that he had turned back and started homeward. It was there, unmistakable, unwavering, and utterly paralyzing. Some distance away in the direction he was heading stood a figure. He could not entirely make out the discrete features of the individual because they were standing to the side of the path between a cluster of trees, covered in shadow, but it was there, no doubt, and was certainly a product of his imagination. Someone was standing there watching, and while Robert was a distance away, it felt to him as though the figure's presence was almost on top of him. Its stare, accompanied by an uncommon, potent sense of, malice was the best way that Robert could describe it to himself. Then it was gone, disappearing back into the forest. But the feeling of danger, of the necessity to flee, did not diminish or decline, but grew in intensity. The sound of something moving between the trees rang out across the emptiness, increasing in volume as it neared. Robert panicked, turned, and cycled as quickly as he could in the direction he had come. So eager was he to escape that narrow passage flanked on all sides by the impenetrable forest that he did not see a deep hole in the ground. The front wheel of his bike crashed into the depression, sending him flying over the handlebars, scraping along the ground. Dazed for a moment, the shambling sound of broken branches and displaced leaves, which was nearly upon him, brought his mind back into abrupt focus. Blood dripped from a wound in his leg, and his arm was badly bruised from the impact, but all he cared about was escaping from that suffocating pathway, away from whoever seemed to be moving in the woods. Robert's beloved paint job, including the letters Rob on the bike's frame, had been scratched slightly in the crash, but that did not concern him. 2 spokes on the bike's front tire were broken, and that most certainly did. The last thing he needed was to be completely stranded there, so he would have to ride carefully and hope that the wheel would not buckle, lasting long enough to carry him home. Home. That was exactly where he intended to go, as quickly and directly as possible, as he was now facing in the direction he had been traveling for days. There was no time like the present. The moving sound in the trees continued, and as Robert carefully, yet at pace, negotiated the broken ground, he hoped above all else that his trusted mountain bike would get him out of there. Despite his obvious advantage of speed, the sound seemed to be only moments behind, and as he came closer to the end of the forest path and out into the open, he heard a noise which chilled him to his very core. From within the dark recess of trees spewed that same shrieking, tortured cry from the nights before, echoing out, piercing Robert's ears and scratching through his nerves. Was it that figure who had been wandering near his camp at night? Surely no human could make such a sound. Panicking, he increased his speed as the front tire of his bike wobbled and creaked under the pressure and strain. Finally, he was out of that narrow place, but he did not stop, cycling for hours without once looking back. Only when sure that his pursuer could not have followed did he stop to rest. Night was once again drawing in, and now every sound, every smell, every part of what had always made the countryside fascinatingly inviting to him took on a new, ominous, and menacing form. The remoteness, the solitude, to be left alone far away from the buzzing lights of the city. He decided that tonight he would not set up camp. No fire, no tent. Robert was sure that the person following him had been able to do so because of the noise and light which he had made from night to night. It would not be pleasant. It would be cold, wet, and uncomfortable, but he wanted to make sure that he could not be tracked. There were various paths and dirt tracks in the area that he could have taken, but hopefully the man who was stalking him, for whatever reason he was doing so, would not be able to find him again. Robert knew, of course, that his tire tracks could easily betray his location if his pursuer was smart enough to follow them. The bike marks were obvious. For this reason, he backtracked for several minutes off the path in an attempt to confuse anyone following should the need arise. The worst thing he could do would be to sleep next to where his tracks ended. Finding a large bush with space underneath to sleep, he hid himself and his bike for the night with one question on his mind. If this stalker was able to keep up with his progression each day, he must have been using a bike or vehicle of some description. But where were the tire tracks? Sleep did not come at all that night, but around 3 a.m, that wailing, inhuman noise did, moving around the area, searching. By now, Robert was beginning to suffer from lack of rest, but in spite of this, at the first sign of daylight, he quickly uncovered his bike from its hiding place and started on his way once again. Not one foul noise was heard that day, nor any evidence that his stalker was nearby. Rationality began to overtake Robert's fear as night once again settled in. He had covered much ground throughout the day and had managed to take care as best he could of his bike's front wheel, which, bar the occasional creak or groan, was performing admirably. He concluded, after much soul-searching, that he had allowed himself to get carried away by the isolation of his surroundings and the admittedly unnerving person he had seen in the forest over the past few days. But surely it was preposterous to believe that he was really being followed. Perhaps the individual he had seen was not the same as the one he had encountered at that strange island of trees. It would make more sense that it was, in fact, just another camper. Maybe there were a few of them in the valley, and as for the unfamiliar animal screeching at night, it must just have been a species of bird in the area which he had never heard before. That night Robert would set a campfire. He would cook his food, eat well, and enjoy the solitary countryside as he had intended to for such a long time since planning his holiday. After locating a suitable spot in the forest, that was exactly what he did. He cooked on a roaring campfire and sat for hours gazing at the night sky through the branches of the trees above. There were no noises, no strange shrieks, no shambling footsteps in the darkness. Nothing. Confident that his unwelcome traveling companion had been left far behind, he retired to his tent, exhausted, in much need of a well-earned rest. 2 paltry hours of sleep later, however, Robert woke to the sound of something stirring outside. He had left the campfire burning as he was uncomfortable in spending another night in darkness, and its flames seemed to dance, shifting and changing shape in the night air, casting shadows all around onto the thin canvas of the tent like a naturally occurring cinema screen. But it cast one shadow in particular which dominated the others, that of someone sitting by the fire. Robert froze. His mouth went dry, and his breathing became shallow and anxious. He could not believe that he had been so stupid to persuade himself that no one was following him. In lighting another fire, he had led the stalker directly to where he slept, and now they had the upper hand. God only knew what they wanted. After a moment of utter terror, Robert realized he needed to defend himself. Sitting up slowly and pulling off his sleeping bag and out from under him as quietly as possible, he scanned the tent looking for something he could cannibalize as a weapon. But anything of any weight was in his backpack. A metallic torch, the wood he had taken days earlier, a glass bottle, etc. And he had stupidly left that outside of the tent. He cursed himself for being so reckless, and could scarcely believe that he had left his bag outside when he always kept it inside, away from rain and wild animals. Exhaustion was his only explanation, but that did not help his current circumstances at all. Then he remembered the old axe head, the black rock he had found at the stranger's camp. Indeed, if it was a hand axe as he suspected, he reckoned it could still deal a nasty, perhaps even fatal blow. Running his fingers along its once sharp ridges, Robert composed himself, never for a second taking his eyes off of the flickering shadow in the tent wall. The door to the tent was luckily unzipped, but the 2 flaps from the outer fly sheet were draped over the entrance, obscuring his view. With one eye, he peeked through the slit between the canvas slowly. There it was. Someone sitting at the campfire. By his build, Robert was certain it was a man. The backlight of the fire made it difficult to decipher any of his features, but the shoulders were broad, strong, and it was clear that this man had been in the wilderness for some time, as it appeared that he was wearing rags of cloth which hung loosely around him. His head was covered in long strands of black wet hair, which had clumped together in places, presumably because it had not been washed for some time. Staring at the rear of the man's head, Robert tried as best he could to subdue his fear. He thought that he could conceivably sneak up behind him and knock him out with a blow to the back of the head with the black stone, but that could be murder, and Robert did not even know if the man was violent. Perhaps he was a nomadic type, a gypsy, a traveler. Yes, maybe it was best to wait. Maybe he would just wander off into the woods, although that seemed unlikely. Just as Robert affirmed to himself that if the man made a move toward the tent, he would rush out into the open and fight him head-on, he noticed something. Something was odd about the way the man was sitting. First of all, he was sitting still. so still that anyone would have been forgiven for mistaking him for a shadow. Not the slightest movement was made, nor was there any indication of life at all. No subtle shifting of weight, no rising and falling of breath, nothing. While the stillness was unnerving, it was Robert's second observation which bothered him the most. The man was sitting forward facing the fire, but the shape and position of his upper body and head was somehow off. They did not seem to quite add up. His frame seemed unnaturally positioned. A crackle from the fire, followed by a wayward flicker of light, revealed the truth. The flames lit up the area momentarily, the light bouncing from tree to tree, even onto Robert's tent, and reflecting back onto what surrounded it. 2 pinpoints of light momentarily shone in the night through black clumps of matted hair. Yes, the man's legs were facing the fire, but his body and his head were horribly contorted, twisted into an inhuman posture. The man's legs were indeed facing the fire, but his head and body were facing Robert. This was no man at all. How long it had sat there staring at the tent, waiting, he did not know. But a creak of movement from its neck was enough to send Robert out of the tent into the woods, consumed by a terror so profound that it could be likened to madness. He did not know how long he had been running, nor if he had been screaming the entire time, but his feet were cut in several places, and the first ray of sunshine were peeking out through the still thick branches of the forest. In the distance, Robert could see the flames from his campfire still burning bright, and despite his terror at the knowledge of being stalked by someone entirely inhuman, he had to get his bike to stand any chance of escape. For a while he hid behind trees, under bushes, his nerves absolutely shattered, refusing to go near the fire. His preconceptions were broken, but Robert was a strong character, and after a time a modicum of composure returned to him. Step by cautious step he neared his own camp. There was no sight of whatever had been sitting at that fire staring at him. By now, daylight illuminated the wider area, and after much self-bargaining, Robert decided to reclaim his belongings, grab his bike, and quickly continue as he could on his way out of the wilderness back to the city. Everything seemed to be accounted for, and even allowed himself a smirk at the thought that the creature, at least not being a thief. That sight soon vanished at the sight of the bike, however. Unharmed, yes, but strands of a black putrid liquid covered the seat and front wheel. This was not a time to be concerned with sludge on his means of escape. It was still working, and that was all that mattered. Had it been a week earlier, Robert would have been angry about the slightest scratch to his beloved mountain bike, but now he just cared about it getting him home, or at least back to Aberfoyle Village, to civilization. After clearing the liquid off and packing up his tent, Robert once more continued onward as fast as he could. He reckoned, with a hard push, that he could be out of that horrid place in a day and a half, as long as he took minimal rests and cycled for the duration of available light. The weather was not exactly ideal, but while rain occasionally came, it quickly disappeared, leaving long stretches of the journey clear from the wearing effects of the elements. As the day progressed, so did Robert's unease. He felt oppressed on all sides, as if he were running from something terrible, yet nearing an undefined danger. A horrible realization bubbled up from his unconscious. What if that thing followed him all the way home? As this thought swirled around in his mind, he passed over the crest of a hill and down again, suddenly realizing what was wrong and why he was feeling so much unease about what lay ahead. A gulf in the land opened up before him. Pockets of stagnant water lay strewn between stretches of marshland and long grass, and in the center there lay that horrible island of wretchedness. It was the woods where Robert first saw his pursuer, and then in a flash it all made perfect sense. Call it superstition, call it blind stupidity, whatever you would call it, Robert knew that he did not wish to see that twisted man again. As a child, he had been told ghost stories of people disturbing graves and the graves of dead rising up to haunt the living, but he never took much stock in such things. Not until then, at least. What he did know was that he had inadvertently triggered the whole terrifying ordeal. He had taken something which did not belong to him. After hiding his bike in the long grass, he trudged toward that isolated pocket of woodland where he now knew to be a grave lay, minus one oddly shaped black stone which he had been carrying with him ever since the ordeal had begun. He half expected for that thing to be sitting next to its resting place, but while there was a number of strange noises and movements between the trees, there was no sign of Robert's unwelcoming traveling companion. He assumed it was still out there looking for him. Wasting no time, he plunged into the woodland and headed straight until finally finding the grave, that elongated pattern of stacked rocks and stones. After locating the gap where he had torn the black stone from, he wedged it back in tightly. A noise echoed from the other side of the woods, and Robert did not wish to hang around to find out what it was. Running as fast as he could over the roots, mud, leaves, and fallen branches, he jumped out of that dark place into the open outdoors, filled with a sense of accomplishment and utter relief. It was not long before he was back on the dirt path, moving forward on his bike in search of one more place to sleep for the night, then home the next day. A weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew he had unwittingly disturbed something unimaginable, unfathomable, but by returning that which he had taken, he had narrowly escaped what he assumed would have been a terrible fate, death, or perhaps worse. There was no explanation of this feeling of elation and survival. He just knew deep down that he had righted his wrong. That night Robert lay in his tent. It was dark, as he had decided against a campfire, just to be on the safe side. He was confident that he would be left alone, however, and took great comfort in knowing that he was safe, while looking forward to the next day and the comforts of home. There was a funny thought. A man who had always adored the countryside, detesting the humdrum of daily city life, relishing the idea of a couch, a television, a beer, and a warm bed. Next year he would holiday at a sunny resort and lie on a beach for a couple of weeks, one preferably far removed from his homeland. Robert closed his eyes with a smile on his face and drifted off. The noise, which he had heard outside for so many nights, suddenly screeched at a blood-curdling and overpowering volume. Without having to open his eyes, he knew. The sound did not come from the woods. It came from inside the tent. Robert Francis was never seen or heard from again. Scotland is old. It has an ancient and hidden history of peoples and places long forgotten. But perhaps some trace remains, isolated and alone in the bitter wilderness. So, should you ever wish to wander the hills, forests, or lochs of this old country, bear one thing in mind. If you find a collection of stones heaped together, not unlike a grave, and they are surrounded by trinkets of modernity, a sleeping bag, food cans, or perhaps even an old bike with the name Rob etched into it, walk on. Do not look back. Do not touch anything, whether it's an unusual black stone or a simple piece of forest wood. Above all else, most certainly never take a souvenir, for those who lie in slumber nearby may just take one from you.
Chapter 1. Laura pulled her cell phone out of its storage compartment and queued up the first video before wondering if she really should watch it again. They had, technically, only been in space for 8 hours, with another 72 yet to go, and she'd already viewed the 3-minute clip close to 100 times. The little voice in the back of her head said She would tire of it if she continued at her current pace. Was quickly silenced, however, once play was pressed yet again. "Hi, Mommy." Kevin, who just turned 6 a week ago, smiled and waved at the camera while hovering over the birthday cake which Mike had decorated with stars, planets, and a tiny replica of the Olympus space station. "I love you," he continued. "We both love you," Mike called out from behind the camera. "Tell your mommy what you're getting ready to do." Kevin nodded in commiserative approval, his smile contagious. Laura, as with each watching, smiled as well. "I'm going to blow out my candles." Her son brushed the hair from his eyes. Mike always let him slack on the haircuts when she wasn't there, and puffed his cheeks in anticipation of a large enough exhalation to extinguish 6 candles. Before he had a chance to blow, however, Mike caught him with another question, earning something of a perturbed expression for his efforts. "Why are you blowing out candles?" Kevin's perturbed expression shifted to one of outright incredulity. Seemingly the dumbest question he'd ever heard. The boy shrugged and threw up his arms. "Because they're on fire, Daddy." His tone was deadpan serious, bringing involuntary laughter from both his dad, who was there, and his mom, who wanted to be there more than anything. It broke her heart to think of these special days she had missed spending with her husband and child. The birthdays, holidays, and anniversaries. But that was part of a price they all, as a family, agreed to. The bottom line was that they were both so proud of her that those things were easily forgiven. Most 6-year-olds would throw a fit if their mother didn't attend their surprise birthday party, but Kevin spent his bragging to the invited classmates about his amazing mom, Laura Hillman, the astronaut. "No, silly," Mike corrected the boy. "Tell your mom why you're blowing out these candles." "Oh, yeah," Kevin finally understood. "This is a super special cake that's just for us." "Because the other one got eaten up at the party," Mike added, his voice louder than the boy's, given his proximity to the microphone. Kevin laughed in agreement. "Yeah, I only got one piece." "But that's okay, because we've got this one for you, and me, and Mommy. And Daddy says that this video will make it like you were here too, and that I should tell you that I like telling the camera. Kevin tied his own tongue temporarily. "It's okay, buddy," Mike prompted. "She knows what you mean. I think you probably need to go ahead and make your wish. The candles are getting a little low there." With wax coming dangerously close to frosting, Laura's child, and despite of all her accomplishments, the best thing she'd ever done, puffed his cheeks once again and blew them out with only the tiniest degree of spittle released. Mike kept the footage running as Kevin cut the first and largest piece, which they set aside for her. It was to be freeze-dried and sent overnight to Russia, where it would be included with the supply manifest for the ESA's automated vehicle transfer, launching with the Ariane 6 heavy-lift rocket, exactly 13 hours after Laura and Dimitri's Orion capsule, the Daedalus, lifted off from Cape Canaveral. If all went according to plan, in 3 days' time, she would be able to sit down in her own private quarters aboard the OSS and eat a portion of the triple chocolate cake while, most likely, watching this video again for the 1,000th time. Mike set the camera down on the kitchen table and directed it so that she could see both the men in her life enjoying their cake together, repeating, "It's good," and "mmm," to each other over and over. When Kevin was down to a few bites, Mike drew his attention to some tiny detail in the frosting that the boy couldn't quite see. Urging him closer and closer, her husband was somehow able to pull off the oldest gag in the book and mush Kevin's face into the cake, smearing his nose and cheeks with chocolate. Laura's son was a rare breed who thought of other people first and practically never harbored ill will, and his reaction of laughter and then hamming it up even more for the camera was exactly what she would have expected it to be. Every parent wanted to say that they had a good kid, but in her case, well, she had a good kid. The video would close with a clean face, and Kevin offering up the sacred secrecy of his birthday wish without provocation. "You don't have to say if you don't want to," Mike had assured him, but his son insisted. Adamant about the fact that the wish was coming true regardless, the boy felt strongly that her knowing about it would help to keep Mommy safe. In the final seconds of the video, with Mike's strong arms around the kid, Kevin looks first at the camera, then back at his father, before saying with complete sincerity, "My wish is for Mommy to get to the Olympic Stadium okay." It was an incredibly sweet moment, and also very unfortunate that the clip ended when it did, because she would have loved to have seen the look on Mike's face. It didn't matter how many times they had told their son that it was the Olympus Station, it almost always came back to them as Olympics Stadium. It had gotten so many laughs out of them at this point. The kid was probably doing it on purpose. Laura sighed and switched off her iPhone before slipping it back into the console. She might not get tired of watching videos at home, but her battery would. It amazed her. The Daedalus was equipped with some of the most advanced circuitry in the world, and yet they couldn't have put in a USB port? Admittedly, the Orion series weren't exactly designed for luxury travel. Utilitarian in nature, the capsules were created for transporting goods and supplies, and in this particular instance, they were the goods. The astronauts, cosmonauts, and French spationauts that used the 4- and 2-man capsules weren't exactly boxed away like cargo, but they weren't flying first class either, or even coach for that matter. Comfort seemed to come very low on the list of specifications the various agencies used in their creation, significantly lower at least than things like hull integrity and oxygen stability. Keeping them alive seemed to be of higher priority than reclining seats and an in-flight movie. She wasn't complaining. She looked over at Dmitri, who was sound asleep, and found it remarkable that he could do so with such ease. While they had specific sleep cycles that they were to try to adhere to, Laura had been unable to catch a single wink during her first 4-hour shift. There had been too much adrenaline and neopinephrine surging through her system to even make it possible. It felt like too many double espressos. She was in space. Dreaming of this moment since she was Kevin's age, it was the fruition of everything she had ever wanted growing up. Her high school yearbook quote was, "If I get to go to space, I will die happy." And she meant it. Breaking through the cloud line, leaving the atmosphere behind, and delving into the incomprehensible vastness was like nothing she had imagined, and nothing like the simulations either. It was a rush. Giving birth to Kevin, marrying Mike, graduating to a Gold Key NASA astronaut, these had been the defining moments in her life, and now they all just seemed to pale by comparison. She would leave that part out when relaying the story to her boys. Her co-pilot, however, did not appear to be as impressed. Dmitry Vladimir Krypypasta had a few more seasons under his belt than she did, as a pilot cosmonaut and a test cosmonaut on 39 different missions to space, including 2 two-year stints aboard the now defunct International Space Station. The man had logged more time in space than anyone who hadn't retired, which was part of the reason why he was being made the commander of the OSS. Dmitri had the type of serious temperament and fastidious eye for details that only came from being in the game for so long. Most people that met him once thought he was a hard-ass, but once you really got to know him, well, he was still a hard-ass. But he was honest and brave and intelligent, and frankly, there was no one else you'd rather have watching your back. Laura had first met the revered cosmonaut 12 years ago, when she took an 8-week course he was instructing, and he had intimidated the hell out of her at the time. He had seen something in her, however, and 2 weeks into the program, pulled her aside out of nearly 300 people who all had the same dream of being an astronaut or a cosmonaut, and told her, "You're going to space." Unbeknownst to her, he had followed her career after that, and it was he who put in the request to have her on his station crew. Laura knew he had given a recommendation, but had no idea the extent to which he was responsible for her wildest dreams coming true. In 3 days' time, the adventure would really begin. Dmitri would be replacing current OSS commander Jill Milner, and Laura was relieving Alex Wang, both of whom would use the Daedalus to return to Earth after completing 4-year tours in space. Astronaut Nick Geary and Rukia Kanagi would be staying behind, leaving a continued skeleton crew of 4 once the Daedalus departs again. Theirs would be the final preparations that would need to be made in advance of a full crew arrival in 3 months' time. The Olympus Space Station was a masterpiece of civil engineering and deep space construction, created as a long-term alternative to the archaic tin can known as the International Space Station. Built to comfortably house a working community of 288 people, Laura's team was responsible for a large variety of nitpicking tasks, from inputting personal and medical data of all the incoming personnel to testing every system available to test. They would have their hands full, no doubt, but the heavy lifting had already been done. Dmitri would be the first OSS commander to maintain the station at capacity, and she would be one of the flight crew. It was all very exciting. Laura wasn't the only one to have high hopes for Olympus. The crew were coming from every corner of the world, and through every space agency available, including private companies like SpaceX. There was a real emphasis on global cooperation and working together, and it was hoped by many, in America at least, that the station would act as a beacon for the rest of the world to follow. There was a quiet optimism that the glorious utopia of collaboration, orbiting above the rest of humanity, might somehow ebb the rising tide of hatred and violence, spilling over all borders. Since the beginning of the nuclear age, the threat of mutual destruction has been the only thing keeping the peace between nations, supposedly. It now seemed, however, that the world was evolving into a different place with a different mindset. There were countries in the world with egomaniacal leaders who cared more about power than their citizens, and some who were even worse, some that cared only for destruction. There were factions of generational wealthy who funneled ungodly amounts of money into creating propaganda, distrust, riots, and eventually war. To these people, war equals money. They just don't seem to understand that the world has the capacity for only one more war. At the very bottom of the pyramid was the majority of the planet's 7.5 billion people, and those people were completely terrified, wanting nothing more than peace. Part of the reason Laura finally decided to actually go into space and leave her family behind on terra firma was the hope that she was working to create a better world for her son than the one he currently resided in. With no eye for politics or the law, the only way she knew how to do that was through science, and the idea that global resolution could come through mankind experiencing and thriving far beyond the bounds of any country or even the world itself. She didn't know if her co-pilot and future commander was going to Olympus for the same lofty idealisms that drove her, however. It was hard to say how he felt about the future of the planet, or even, being unmarried and without children, his desire to be on it. Heart-to-hearts weren't exactly his strong suit. Motivations aside, there could not have been a better person available for the position. Dmitri snorted loudly, breaking the silence of the capsule and causing Laura to jump in her seat, startling her from her thoughts. The older man wasn't a snorer, thank goodness. That could have been maddening. But he did, on occasion, release an involuntary snort, which, when it didn't scare her half to death, tickled her to no end. She had heard a rumor in flight school that he once had a nickname, Hot Sauce, but she was never able to verify its authenticity, let alone find out how he might have gotten it. Presumably it had something to do with hot sauce, hopefully for eating it. She watched him for a moment to see if the splutter was a solo, sometimes they came in pairs, and when she was satisfied that there wasn't another coming, she turned her attention to the beloved window known as Viewpoint 6. The motion wasn't terribly comfortable, as she had to twist her neck somewhat to look over her right shoulder, but it was the only one of the 6 openings that provided her with a view of the Earth, which was, for all intents and purposes, in the rearview mirror. The windows were actually 3 different frames of aluminum silicate-infused glass, with the center pane adjusting for the dramatic difference in pressure between the vacuum of space and what they needed to survive the trip, so the view they provided wasn't crystal clear. That being said, it was still a breathtaking sight to behold. Almost as if Mother Nature had coordinated for her benefit alone, the cloud cover was practically non-existent. Even at the distance they had already traveled, the outline of the North and South American landmasses were clearly discernible in the sunlight-bathed side of the Earth, brown and green against the brilliant blues and aquamarine of the oceans. They had, of course, traveled too far to make out any of the footprints of mankind, cities, monuments, and the like, or so she thought. A flash of blinding light from somewhere on the U.S. East Coast flared out as bright as the sun, leaving spots on the back of her eyelids when she reflexively squeezed them shut. Chapter 2. Her first thought was that it had to be weather-related, But logic quickly dictated that that couldn't be the case. It was way too bright to have been anything like lightning, which shouldn't be observable from space anyway. Could it have been a reflection of the sun's light? A basic understanding of geometrics and the sun's current location made that highly improbable. Laura's mind was running through the logical possibilities to the point of even considering breaking Dimitri's slumber early, for his opinion, when the communication channel designated Tango began flashing on the digital dashboard. It was accompanied by its own unique beep, and the moment it went off, Dimitri woke up anyway, constantly tuned in. It was an alarm they weren't used to and probably shouldn't be hearing. There was their main line of communications, Alpha, which was the direct contact with their mission control at NASA in Cape Canaveral, Florida. They had regularly planned interactions, but it wasn't completely uncommon for either side to relay messages outside of the scheduled check-ins. Beta was a backup comm channel, which also linked to mission control in the unlikely scenario that the main line became compromised. Once you got past the first two channels, you had a dozen more, which were direct lines to the various space agencies' mission controls around the planet. Tango was so far down the list of probable contact that Laura had actually forgotten who it connected to, having not used it since the early days of training. Not surprisingly, Dimitri knew immediately as he switched off the alarm and connected to the European Space Agency's mission control in Darmstadt, Germany. "This is Daedalus," Dimitri began, his English thick with a Russian accent. Pulling up the confirmation codes needed for an unscheduled transmission from his console screen, he continued, "Confirmation, Echo, Rainbow, Straw Hat, 7, 4, Razor Blade." "Daedalus, there's a problem." The unidentified person on the other end cut him off, seemingly unconcerned about national security, since Dimitri still had 4 more verification words left to read. "We're getting reports." "Oh, God. I don't even know how to..." The man's voice seemed strained and disconnected at the same time. Tones they weren't used to hearing from their earthly contacts, who were trained to maintain calming dispositions when dealing with their counterparts in space. The capsule mates shared a bewildered look before Dimitri tried again. "Asa, why are you guys contacting us?" His best guess was that they had some atmospheric questions or numbers for Daedalus to run for the unmanned supply launch that should be taking place within the hour. Perhaps an update on the launch itself. "Was there something we can help you guys with?" There was an unexpected silence, which was also unusual. Finally, "Daedalus, when did you last report to NASA Mission Control? How long has it been?" It was Laura who replied. "Approximately 40 minutes ago. Due for next communique at 0900 hours. The ESA rep left them with an unexpected silence yet again, and this time it was long enough for Dimitri to say, "Screw this," and pull up the Alpha channel as well. "Mission Control, this is Daedalus. Do you read?" There was no reply, and after a few minutes he tried again. "Mission Control, this is Daedalus. Do you read?" "You're not getting anywhere, are you?" asked the ESA line, who had been listening the entire time. "What the hell's going on, ESA?" Laura blurted. They were both getting a little irritated with the situation. The astronauts could hear the man sigh and then begin talking to someone else that wasn't them. It was mostly muffled, but small bits of phrases would make their way through unscathed, like, "have to tell, what if it's true, and better off than we are," before finally speaking in a clear voice, clear enough that it was obvious he was speaking to them again. "Dmitri, Laura, this is coming strictly outside of the chain of command," and again the line went quiet, and the informal nature of the way they were being addressed was alone enough to find quite disconcerting. They both had code names that were to be used during transit. Once aboard the OSS, NASA or anyone else that wanted to make contact would be fine in calling them by their birth names. It was protocol, however, that during the actual flights he would be referred to as Handlebar and she was Teacup. It was highly unusual to hear her real name coming from the tiny speakers in her flight suit when she had been hearing Teacup since day one of the mission training period, and it made her squirm uncomfortably, strapped into her seat. "What the hell is going on there, Issy?" Dmitri blurted out, seeming to recognize the difference between intentional silence and signal tangibility, which Laura was suspecting. The voice of the German inflections finally replied, but not before they both could hear a blood-curdling cry coming from somewhere else behind him. It was enough to send shivers down both their spines as they looked at each other, searching one another's face for any sign of understanding, each hoping the other might have figured out what was happening. "I'm sorry, guys. Things are going to hell right now. This is Dolph Wiener." They had both worked closely with men in the past, and it was somewhat surprising that neither of them had recognized his voice, but thick with panic, it was undeniably different now. Dolph, much like Dmitri, was very well respected for his experience and tenure in the space and aeronautics fields. Cutting his teeth at NASA, straight out of MIT, he bounced between government sectors and private corporations like Northrop Grumman and Boeing, before finally ending up with the ESA as its mission control director for the sunset years of his distinguished career. For someone of his caliber to be the one establishing contact was just wrong. I don't want to be the one telling you this, but somebody has to. Things have gone to shit down here. It's war. The big one. I think NASA is gone. Dmitri struggled to grasp what Dolph was trying to tell them, but Laura immediately thought of the flash and knew. "Gone?" Dmitri's voice was confused. "What do you mean, gone?" "Nukes, Dmitri. The bastards are all using..." The signal went dead, its light extinguishing as well, to signify that the man hadn't just stopped mid-sentence. Laura twisted her head back to viewport 6 and released a horrible scream that echoed off the walls long after it had ended in a tormented moan. It had only been a split second. In that minuscule moment of time that her eyes were open and facing the glass, they were bombarded with a series of simultaneous flashes so bright it seemed as though the earth had in fact become the sun itself. The scream was one of physical agony, and not at all pertaining to the emotional anguish, which was far from setting in, even though her brain had realized what was happening. The thoughts of her husband and child being burned away to a pile of nuclear ash, or even worse, living through the blasts hadn't set in yet. The shock of being so suddenly and completely blinded kept everything else at bay. With quicker thinking than Laura displayed, Dmitri activated the solar shields, which blocked, very nearly, all outside light with the type of tint one could watch a solar eclipse through, and unlatch himself from his seat to set about doing whatever he could to treat her eyes. Although neither of them were doctors, it wasn't as if they were without medical training altogether. Every person that went into space, especially those expecting extended stays, were required to learn just about everything first-year med students were taught. Laura's entire body vibrated with involuntary shaking, a physical reaction to the trauma of having her eyes open and not seeing anything but the assortment of flashing spots over and over again. At the periphery there seemed to be some acuity, but if she shifted her gaze to any area she thought she might have taken in a small bit of Dmitri's movements, it was filled with the disruptive optical echo. In the thousands of times she had been required to spend expended time in the tiny, cramped spaces that being an astronaut required, she had never once experienced any claustrophobia, and now, without warning, Laura was overwhelmed with the sensation of being trapped in her own body. Struggling for breath, she was vaguely aware of her co-pilot's voice doing the best it could to calm her histrionics, but it was distant and foreign, the visual barrier somehow showing into her mind to affect her cognitive abilities. It took several long minutes, and his placing a medicated bandage over her eyes, for his words to slowly sift into any recognizable form of communication. Solar retinopathy. No, it's terrifying, not permanent. He placed one large palm on her forehead, with his fingers drifting into her hairline, and something about the warmth and pressure of it eased the hyperventilation and calmed the tremors from her body, much as Dmitri had intended it to. It brought back warm and comforting memories of her father, who used to do the same thing when she was a small child. She wondered if there was any way the Russian could have known that, once her mind returned to the summit of being able to process thoughts once again. Once we get aboard Olympus, we'll be able to treat it better, and you could be seeing fine in just a few weeks. Laura nodded her head to convey that she not only heard the statement, but also that she was back in the realm of clinical response, and Dmitri seemed to understand its meaning. Good, he continued. Okay, listen. I need you to keep your eyes closed for now, and do your best to stay calm. He sighed in a way she didn't think she'd ever heard before finally asking, Does it hurt? She nodded. The two small bonfires beneath her eyelids kept her from little more than a responsive state, while the shock momentarily held the rest of reality at bay. She could hear him rummaging through something, airtight foil being removed, while she concentrated on the burning and flashing lights that inundated her optical nerves beneath closed and covered eyes. In a moment his voice had returned to her side. I'm going to give you a fentanyl dose. She nodded again, and when he gently slid the plastic tip of the nasal applicator for the synthetic opioid into her right nostril, he said, On 3. 1, 2, 3. Dmitri squeezed the bottle as Laura inhaled deeply, and the medication began to do its thing almost immediately. Chapter 3. Within 30 seconds she was granted relief with the sweet embrace of darkness offered by unconsciousness. Shortly after that she found herself in the loving arms of Mike, with Kevin desperately trying to squirm his way from between them. The three of them were in the double king, canopied bed that Mike had insisted they spend way too much money on, wrestling and tickling each other, and reveling in the unabashed and unrestrained joy of being a family in love and of being all together, which was a truly rare thing. Kevin would pretend to try to get away, but only so much as to reposition himself at an angle to get at her weak spot, between the ribs just below the armpits. The child was getting stronger every year, but with Mike's assistance, they were able to keep him between them and smothered with kisses. It was a moment that they would have all been happy to have lasted forever. It didn't. In unison, Mike and Kevin quit laughing and sat upright in the bed, smiles completely erased. Her husband and child each turned to face her, and the expression of fear etched upon their faces was enough for her to bolt upright as well. Perhaps it was a reaction to Kevin taking her hand, or Mike saying, "I love you both so much." But the fear they seemed to be feeling gripped her by the throat as well. Suddenly terrified by the certain knowledge that some impending doom was imminent, all she had time to do was shed a single tear when the bay window flooded the room with blinding and oppressive light. It consumed them, and the smell of burning hair filled her nostrils before the wall of fire came through to wash them away. It was a momentary relief when the psychological sledgehammer of a dream jerked her back to a waking state, but the moment was short-lived. Discovering yet again that she had been blinded, hopefully temporarily, the reality of her situation setting back in was just as horrific as the dream had been. She could hear Dmitri, and he was speaking to someone. "I'm telling you, there's nothing." It was Rukia Kanagi's voice. Dmitri was communicating with the OSS. "We've scanned the entire planet, sir. There are no signals of any type. We've gone over every known man-made frequency in the database. I think, oh dear Lord, I don't even want to say it out loud." Rukia was a communications expert, among other things, and she wasn't exactly known for her emotional outbursts. "It's okay, Kanagi," Dmitri offered, using a voice with the same calming qualities he used on Laura. "You don't have to say it." There were a few minutes of silence, and Laura wondered if she should let them know that she was awake, when Rukia's voice filtered through the speakers in her flight suit again. "Sir, given everything that's just happened, I'm uncertain about bringing this up, but..." Her voice became conspiratorial low. "I think there might be another problem that you need to know about." "Go ahead, Kanagi," he pressed. "Well," still at a whisper, "it's nothing more than talk at this point, but, well, I thought you should know. It's Alex and Nick. Jeez, I can't even believe I'm having to say this, but they've been trying to convince the commander that we shouldn't let the Daedalus lock with Olympus." "What the fuck are you talking about, Kanagi?" Laura cringed involuntarily. She had never heard Dmitri cuss before. She could only imagine what Rukia's reaction was. It took a moment for her to respond. "Sir, I can't stress enough that they're simply suggesting it as a hypothetical. I know these people, and I can't imagine that they'd really do it. It's just, well, right now the food supplies are somewhat low. Even with reduced rations, there's really only enough for 4 people to survive for a few months. Everything that we needed to keep a continuous supply of food was supposed to be on the Ariane 6. All the seeds for crops and enough MREs to last 300 people a decade were on that supply ship. And, well, we've not been able to verify if she got off the ground before the shit hit the fan. Until it clears the Van Allen belts, we're not going to be able to log onto her signal, and that won't be for another 6 hours, assuming she's even out there. Rukia went quiet again, and Dmitri considered her words before asking, "So what you're saying, Kanagi, is that if the Ariane never made liftoff, then they're not going to let the Daedalus board the station?" "I'm so sorry, sir." Dmitri could tell the young Japanese-American astronaut was sickened by her own words. According to Nick, the current supplies would last 6 people no more than a couple of weeks. "I don't know what to say, sir, except I will die before I let that happen. You have my word. I have to go before they discover that I contacted you. Maintain your course, and the second I can, I'll give you an update. Godspeed, sir." "Kunagi." Dmitri caught her before she cut the transmission. "Yes, sir." "Kunagi, Rukia, your father would have been proud of you." Laura could hear the other woman's breath hitch quietly, just short of an actual sob. It was a noise she often made herself when she needed to keep her composure in a haze of emotion, although it was customary for commanding officers to refer to their crew by their secondary names. Dmitri had been doing it his entire career. It was a rare treat to hear your first name coming from his lips. "Thank you, sir." Olympus cut the connection, and after a moment of quiet, Dmitri turned his attention to his bandaged co-pilot. "You had nothing to add to the conversation, Hillman?" She smiled despite the grave situation. The man never ceased to amaze her. "How did you know I was awake?" Her voice was dry and cracked, and before she could ask for water, he had positioned the flight suit's drinking tube into her mouth. The water tasted fine, even though she couldn't help but think about the fact that a portion of it was her own reconstituted urine, much as she did every time she drank. The flight suits were equipped with 10 gallons of water and an advanced filtration system for the astronauts' urine, which would stretch the 10 gallons into 50 or 60 that they would need to stay hydrated on the trip to Olympus. "You're breathing," he answered a question as she drank. "Is it true?" she asked after finally satiating herself. "Is it all gone?" Dmitri shook his head despite her inability to see it. "I don't know. I think it would be unwise for either of us to make any assumptions." "But you tried all the channels." "While you slept, yeah. I scanned every frequency this little Orion capsule is capable of. That being said, we can't afford to lose ourselves in hypothetical conjecture. Dwelling on what happened down there isn't going to help any of us up here. All we need to concentrate on is getting to the OSS." She was incapable of taking that advice, however, and her brain vomited up the thought it had been tiptoeing around for as long as it could. "Oh, God! Mike! Kevin!" She felt the already weak grasp on her sanity slipping away, as the notion of a rest of her life without her husband and child tried to take hold. Dmitri grabbed her shoulders and gently shook her, hoping to bring her attention back to the here and now. "No!" he screamed into her face. "You cannot do that right now." His voice was compassionate, but forceful just the same. "For one, you can't cry if you want your eyes to heal. There's no way around that. If something did happen to your family, then there will be time to mourn them later, on Olympus. Right now, I'm giving you a direct command. You are not to think about the conditions on Earth while you are aboard Daedalus. Do you understand?" Technically, he wasn't her commanding officer until they were aboard the OSS, and he had relieved Commander Milner of the position. But she knew what he was doing, and more importantly, he was right. Nodding again, she did her best to wipe the anguished look from her face. The new one wasn't a whole lot better, but Dmitri could see the determination Laura was trying to convey. He could trust that she was, once again, a competent co-pilot, and wouldn't be slipping back into hysterics of any type. Not yet, anyway. Although it took several long seconds, she somehow managed to compartmentalize the pain into a spot where it could be relatively ignored for the time being. It was an ability she wasn't aware she had, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. "Yes, sir," she finally managed, and then, after a few more seconds, "What about the Ariane 6? "What about it?" She wasn't exactly sure what she was asking either. "I don't know. Is there any way that we can track her? We're a lot closer to it than the Olympus." Dmitri shook his head no, before yet again realizing that her condition made it moot to do so. "Not without knowing her flight plan. She's unmanned, so there's nothing more than a beacon, and with mission control to give us coordinates. Well, the answer is no. Olympus will find her before we ever could. All we can do is continue with our flight plan." Without her eyes, Laura found herself concentrating on the timbre and cadence of his voice more than she ever had before, and there were no cracks. Still calm, still in control, and still working the problem through a logic that she couldn't hope to achieve given the circumstances. Laura knew her life was in his hands, and she was grateful. "Do you really think they'll excel the Daedalus?" It seemed unimaginable, but then again, so did this entire situation. No, I do not." She could hear the certainty in his voice. How can you be so sure?" "Because I know Kanagi and Commander Milner won't let that happen." Wang and Jiry had a knee-jerk reaction. Panic and fear make some men revert to base instincts, but they will come to their senses. It's been my experience that those who make it to space generally have a strong reverence for life. "Okay, I believe you." And she did. They sat in silence for 30 minutes before Dmitri broke out their meal injections. Being that a toilet was one of the amenities the Daedalus lacked, solid food consumption was out of the question. A pre-launch colon cleanse combined with the injections that contained all the vitamins, proteins, and nutrients their bodies required made the process possible. Which wasn't to say that it was pleasant in the least. Several days of tapering off the injections and slowly reintroducing food to the system was required afterwards, and it could be several weeks before your stomach was ready for a spicy burrito again. Fortunately, they were privy to the most advanced supplies available, and their nutrient shots came in MIT-engineered devices which injected their food without needles, delivering a high-velocity jet of liquid that breached the skin at the speed of sound. They included appetite suppressants as well, which kept the tummy from rumbling its disapproval at the unnatural attempt to sustain its needs. Everything a growing cosmonaut needs to become big and strong, Dmitri said as he depressed the injection into his neck. It was the same thing he said every time they ate. His consistency was doubly reassuring in that moment, and for the umpteenth time she thought, "Thank God for Dmitri." Although he offered, Laura was able to handle her own injection. Ironically, it was just the day before that she told him she could have done it blindfolded, and now it was time to put up or shut up. Dmitri did the honors of cleaning the dishes and informed her that it was time for her to sleep. Without her vision to provide a framework of her surroundings, she was losing all sense of time. After the last drug-induced chainsaw of a dream, she was in no hurry to return and put up a bit of a fight as well. After all, he hadn't slept since she had, and they both needed him to be at his best, or at least better than he would be if a sleep deprivation took hold. Her arguments held no sway, however, and he pulled premature rank on his capsule mate once again. Finally, she agreed. She was tired, but she declined Dimitri's offer of more fentanyl. Her eyes weren't burning nearly as badly now, and frankly, she couldn't take another dream like the last one. Before attempting to sleep, Laura did something she hadn't done since she was a small child. She prayed. It was the first time the adult version of her had done so without feeling like a hypocrite, and it was a short, simple request. There were a great many things that probably should have been prayed for more. She knew that. But she only asked for a moment of peace, an opportunity to sleep safe from the torment of pain. Her prayer was answered. Falling asleep quicker than she thought possible, her mind remained mercifully blank. The burning thoughts she had been holding at bay, the ones that wanted to rip away at her soul, were enveloped and replaced by the soothing balm of utter blackness. It was impossible to say how long she was cradled by the nothingness, but when Dmitri put his hand on her shoulder to wake her, it felt like only a few minutes. When he told her it had been 6 hours, it was a shock. And had it been anyone else, she wouldn't have believed him. He said that he would have let her sleep longer had they not been anticipating an update from Olympus on Ariane 6's status. That, and he wanted to change the dressing on her eyes. They were midway through the process of removing the bandage and cleaning her eyes for the new one when Olympus's signal went off. Multitasking, Dmitri switched on the comm and addressed the OSS while finishing the task. "Go ahead, Olympus." He stayed, somewhat official, unsure if he'd be speaking with Rukia again or not. "Oh, God, sir." It was Rukia. She sounded unusually frantic. "They've... Oh, God, I can't believe..." "Kanagi!" Dmitri barked with authority, pulling the Olympus communications officer back from the edge of panic. "Right. I'm sorry, sir." Her voice returned to its normally stoic tone. "It's mutiny, sir. Wang and Jiry have cordoned the commander to the brig because she refused to side with them regarding the Daedalus." "You mean us?" Laura asked. "Laura?" "Yeah, Rukia, it's me." Oh, Laura, I'm so sorry. Commander Kapersky told me about your eyes. Don't worry, we'll get you fixed up. It's been a number of years since the women had seen each other, but they had always considered each other friends. How are we going to do that if we can't come aboard, Rukia? Silence took a full half-minute from them before Dmitri took control again. Kannagi, what is your standing with Jiry and Wang? Oh, it's not great, sir. Dmitri chuckled, seemingly getting the answer he was expecting. The sons of bitches know I'm not going along with them either. However, it would seem I know Olympus's electrical grid a little better than they do. I've managed to lock myself down in E-Wing, and until the morons figure out how to manually override the door, I should be okay. I've rerouted communications and most of the central systems so that I can control them from here. Dmitri was impressed. For that matter, so was Laura. She had always thought of Rukia Kannagi as a competent scientist and advanced electrical engineer who, well, most likely had a kind heart, but this fierce loyalty and bravery was really showing her something. In the wake of extreme tragedy, people's true colors were bleeding through the facades they liked to present, and Rukia's were downright admirable. You're a smart girl, Kannagi. Dmitri offered what they were both thinking. Well, sir, I don't know about that. I may have control of the OSS right now, but the one thing I have absolutely none of is food. I've got maybe 4 days tops before I'll have to turn the station back over, or risk dying and having the whole place go down as a result. Kannagi, can you control the docking ports from your position? Laura broke in, and Dmitri, knowing where she was going, nodded in agreement. It was the only way any of them could go without resolving themselves to disagreeable deaths. That was the entire reason why I stole control of Olympus, Laura. At your current trajectory, you should be here in 56 hours. I'll make it that long. That's not the only problem, though. Even if I get you hooked up to the station, that doesn't mean that I'll be able to keep Jiry and Wang from greeting you at the door as you come in. You won't need to worry about that, Kannagi. Dmitri's iron tone put it to rest. All I want you to do is keep yourself safe until we can get there to help you. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Commander, sir. I will not let you down. I know that, Kannagi. You never have. After a short moment of reflection, as they all instinctively wondered if this communique were between the last friends any of them would have again, Dmitri asked, Do I take this to mean that there's nothing from the Aryan 6? No, sir. Rukia lamented, and then after a moment said, But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Without any communication with Earth, well, we just don't know. I tried to explain that to Wang, but with Jiry breathing down his neck, he just wouldn't listen. There are a million different things that could have changed about the launch time or flight plan that would affect our ability to locate it. There's no way to know for absolute sure that she's not coming until the damn thing's only 12 hours away or closer. So it will be, like 2.5 days before I can narrow the search enough to say, definitively, one way or another. Rukia? Laura piped up. Yeah? Do Alex and Nick know that you've been in contact with the Dallas? Not yet, no. Wang isn't the complete idiot Jiry is, however. It won't be long before he figures out how to at least monitor the comm. I'll know if that happens, though, so Oh, shit. Rukia cut the communication completely, and Laura's first reaction was to reestablish the channel. Dmitri said no, however, and being blind, there was little she could do about it. What the hell? Laura demanded, serving the dual purpose of questioning both Rukia's abrupt exit as well as Dmitri's refusal to find out why. A full minute passed without an answer when she reiterated the question. This time it earned her a shh, like she was a child to be shushed. In any other situation, she might have taken offense, but in this instance, it worked. After a few more minutes of silence, Dmitri said, "It's Morse code." What? Kanagi. She's using the channel's connection light to communicate in Morse code. I thought maybe it was broken, but... Okay, wait. Here's the beginning. LISTENING DOCK BAYSIX. She wants us to dock in Bay 6. Dmitri clicked the channel off and on to acknowledge the received message. Shortly after that, the channel opened again. Daedalus, this is Olympus. Do you copy? It was Rukia again, formal this time. Daedalus, I have your docking information. She was obviously attempting to lay the trail of crumbs for Geary and Wang. Roger, Olympus, this is Daedalus. We copy. Laura replied, since she was technically the comm officer in the capsule. Roger that, Daedalus. We've got you docking in Bay 25. Do you copy? Bay 25. There were only 25 docking bays, so she was giving them as much distance as she could without making it obvious by putting them in the first few bays. Rukia really was a smart girl. Copy that, Olympus. Bay 25, over and out. Dmitri flipped off the signal and sighed. The next 2 days were going to be that much longer if they'd be unable to speak to Rukia anymore, unfettered at least. What had started out as an expedition based in science and the advancement of the species had turned into a Darwinian nightmare where hopefully it wouldn't be the survival of the fittest, but rather survival of the smartest. With the advantage of knowing what it was they'd be walking into, they had approximately 2 days to formulate a way of making sure they ended up on top. It was Dmitri's contention that there was a significant difference between what the two men would do if they actually made it aboard the Olympus. There was more than a fine line between leaving them to their own devices by denying the Daedalus and committing cold-blooded murder in person, and he seemed fairly certain that the Olympus astronauts were incapable of such an act. She wanted to believe him. Chapter 4. For Laura, the next 2 days passed like 2 months. She had never realized how acutely integrated her sight was with her sense of time. Her inability to monitor the clock and the distance traveled seemed to mess with her sanity more than anything, and it required Dmitri having to talk her back from the edge more than once. Every 5 hours they changed her bandage, and Dmitri cut his sleep times down to 90-minute intervals. Those hours and a half segments were the worst, teetering on the edge of her seat while he slept and straining her ears for any one of the 103 different noises the Daedalus might make to let them know if there was an issue or if the course needed adjustment. Those short periods felt like days unto themselves, and she was grateful for those rare moments when he would release one of his sleep snorts. Rather than surprise her like they normally did, they felt like Dmitri's way of saying, "You're okay," while he slept, and brought her back from the sensation that she was all alone and floating aimlessly through space. When they were within 12 hours, it would have been procedure for the OSS to make contact with the Daedalus every 45 minutes, but Olympus made no more contact. Rukia, knowing that the gig was up, no longer attempted the routine BS and concentrated solely on her survival and keeping tabs on astronauts Wang and Jiry through the OSS security cameras. At least that's the message she conveyed in her last Morse code transmission around the 20-hour mark. When they were a mere 4 hours away and riddled with adrenaline-fueled anticipation, they did receive a transmission from Rukia. It was short, and it gave them no time to respond before the connection cut again. "Commander, Laura, they're coming through the door. I can't hold them back any longer. Automated docking routine Epsilon 79 Tango. Godspeed." Dmitri did try to re-establish contact this time, but there was no raising the station. Rukia had done everything she could to give them a fighting chance of getting aboard the station. The Daedalus was at a decided disadvantage, no doubt. Without someone to make the tiny rotational adjustments to the OSS that are usually needed, not to mention Laura's inability to monitor the capsule's gyroscopic readings, well, Dmitri would have his hands full. What he did have, however, was the exact pitch and roll the station would be in, along with the remarkable gift of being able to fly any vehicle designed for zero gravity with the precision of a machine. From time to time, including his current approach, he was known to say, "Han Solo, eat your heart out." But the Daedalus wasn't exactly the Millennium Falcon, and Laura wasn't sure she wanted to be thought of as Chewbacca. She did her best throaty impression of a Wookiee regardless, and Dmitri unleashed his first authentic laugh since they had left Earth. There wasn't much to it, but it was a moment they both needed, the tension palpable and suffocating. Olympus was enormous. It was the first trip for either of them, and it could be seen by eye at nearly 500 miles. The closer they got, the more Dmitri marveled at its size and struggled to verbally describe it to Laura. Even though he knew specs by heart, it was so much larger in person than he had imagined. At 500 yards, it was like navigating the capsule above a large city, a city which was rotating at 50 miles per hour. Bouncing between his manual controls and Laura's gyro readings, Dmitri was a one-man dynamo, navigating the Daedalus like it was an extension of his own body. He somehow made the piece of unwieldy metal and its 24 opening jets control like a sleek, flying sports car. Even without her eyes, Laura was impressed. Dmitri had to circle the OSS twice in order to bring the Daedalus into alignment with Docking Bay 6, and then rotated an additional 4 more times with the station before making sure the capsule was locked into the magnetic hold with an airtight seal. Once the green light for the first stage of decompression came on, they knew they needed to move quickly. Bay 25 was at the far end of the station, but if Wang and Jiry had regained control of the surveillance system, then they probably already knew that they had been fooled, if they had been fooled at all. Dmitri stood and handed Laura one of the only 2 weapons they would be armed with, their doctored nutrient shots. The usual sustenance they contained, however, had been removed to make room for their homemade roofie cocktails, or at least the closest facsimile they could create, without actually having any rohypnol on hand. Instead, each injector was repurposed with the entire supply of fentanyl, promethazine, and diphenhydramine they had on hand. In theory, it was both a non-lethal and quick-acting solution to possible aggression which should put a man 3 times the size of Dmitri down for the count. It was hard to say how long they would be unconscious, but all they really had to do was get the men behind bars. They could decide what to do with them later. Laura stood behind him, keeping her hand on the shoulder of Dmitri's flight suit as they made their way through the capsule door and into the short decompression tunnel, which led into the larger world of Olympus. Unlike Dmitri, who seemed solid as a rock, her legs were weak and shaky from sitting in zero gravity for so long, as well as being unable to see her footfalls now that gravity had returned. They shared a moment of legitimate concern while waiting for the tunnel to decompress once the capsule was sealed off. It remained unspoken, but they both knew that if Rukia had lost the station's controls to Nick and Alex, this would have been their ideal opportunity to see to it that they didn't make it aboard. If they had really regressed to the primitive point of being cold-blooded killers, then now was the time to get it done without dealing with the actual blood, cold or otherwise. 2.5 very long minutes later, they were able to breathe a combined sigh of relief as the door to Olympus slid open. Rukia came through for them. Base 6 was large, to say the least. Not designed for receiving personnel, it was crammed with robotic assembly line loaders and unloaders, as well as a lot of empty space. It made sense for Rukia to have them come in this way if they were trying to be discreet, but it wasn't the easiest route to navigate with a blind woman in tow. Not to mention that they really had been hoping to see the lockers they would have found in the docks made for a receiving crew. They were both anxious to get out of their flight suits, which, no longer free of gravity, had become quite cumbersome. Taking longer than he'd hoped, but quicker than he expected, Laura and Dmitri found themselves before the enormous set of electric sliding doors that led into an equally large hallway, which would, in turn, open up into one of the station's main arteries. They kept a steady pace toward the doorway until the motion sensor slid the barrier aside when Dmitri came to an abrupt and unanticipated stop which sent Laura smacking into his back. His body felt rigid. "What is it?" Laura whispered from behind him. "2 men. Waiting. Them, I guess." Dmitri did not lower his voice, which seemed to imply that they had been made. "Be ready." She knew exactly what he meant and clutched the tranquilizer in her hand, ready to depress the button at a breath's notice. They stood quietly for several long seconds before he spoke again, this time much quieter than before. "They're not doing anything, just sitting there on the floor next to the door." "Do they see us?" "I thought so, but maybe not." Laura wasn't sure what to do with that, and "Is there another way around them?" was the best she could offer. She was, more than at any point before, infuriated with her inability to contribute more to the situation. Hell, she would have been happy just not being a detriment, keenly aware that Dmitri would take responsibility for not just his own safety, but hers as well. If something were to happen to him because he was trying to save her, well, it was another one of those thoughts that needed to be packed away somewhere deep in a dark corner, and it would share with Mike and Kevin. No, it's the only way through. One is moving. I think he may see. Dmitri went quiet, and then Laura could hear another man's voice coming from not too far behind. "No! No fucking way! Who the hell are you?" There was genuine shock in the man's voice, or perhaps insanity, and the next few moments came in a rapid flurry of frenzied activity. She could hear the man scramble to his feet and run headlong toward them while screaming, "I don't believe it! You're not real!" There was a thud from all three of them when he made contact, sending Laura to the floor while Dmitri seemed to be wrestling with his attacker. "You're real! You're real! You're fucking real!" the crazy man cried over and over as Dmitri struggled to subdue him. There was no way she could tell but from the Russian's grunts, but he may have been losing. Laura struggled to get back to her feet and still keep a firm grip on the injector when she heard the other man call out from the end of the hall. "It's open, Alex! You have to come, now!" She did her best to try and target the second man so that they wouldn't be able to double-team Dmitri, and was going to put herself between them as best she could when the struggling astronauts made contact with her once again, sending all three of them to the floor this time. Somehow, she found herself atop the sweating, panting madman, and with a deftness she hadn't imagined possible with her blindness, she plunged the tranquilizer into his neck. Almost instantly he ceased moving, and his breathing became calm and even. It had worked. "Dmitri?" she whispered, and from beneath her he replied, "Wrong guy," was all he managed to gasp, and she suddenly realized that she was feeling the cosmonaut's flight suit in her palms. Damn it! Straight to hell. She had injected Dmitri. She was trying to help, wanted to help, but it had been all so disorienting. She could only hope that he wouldn't blame her later, assuming there was a later. There was no time for guilt in that moment, however, as her mind calculated the math equation of what two crazy guys plus one of her would equal. Laura climbed over his sleeping form as gently as she could, only to fall over once again on yet another unconscious body. Dmitri had apparently gotten his shot in after all, and crazy guy number one was out cold as well. While that was a good thing, she supposed, it made her feel twice as bad about drugging the man that had been keeping her alive. If she had only left well enough alone, he would have been fine, and they would have still had another shot for the second psycho. Once she finally found her feet, which was no easy task, Laura had absolutely no sense of her bearings. She might as well have been back in space for the ocean of darkness she was swimming in. No idea what direction her assailant would come from. Every nerve tight, every hair standing on end, she battled to keep her breathing slow and steady, if for no other reason than not to overpower her ability to hear her immediate environment. Locating the remaining aggressor by sound was already hard enough, with her heartbeat pounding in her ears like a jackhammer. She didn't need to add hyperventilation to her growing list of impairments. Her muscles, screaming in agony beneath the weight of the flight suit, they could barely maintain the unrelenting tension they were being kept in. Despite what she thought to be a heightened sense of awareness, when he grabbed her shoulders from behind, it caught her completely off guard, and she screamed like an 8-year-old Laura screamed when Freddy Krueger jumped on screen for the first time. It was a cry of pure, unabashed horror, and the fear only got worse as he began to drag her down the hall. The most terrifying thing of all was that no matter how strong an effort she wanted to put into fighting him, she was no match for his strength. Being out of 0G for less than an hour, and given everything she had already endured in that short time, her body was in no condition to challenge him. Chapter 5. The man said nothing as he drug her, slightly squirming, body, and it seemed that he had gone a considerable distance. They had obviously made it into Olympus's main hall, but she had no idea where he was taking her. After several nightmarish minutes of feeling like a fly being pulled away by a spider, he seemingly found a place to his liking, and after hearing a door slide shut behind them, Laura found herself being lowered into a seat. The man left her there, and she could hear him rummaging through things on the far end of the room. She considered making a run for it, but the futility of the act, which was likely to be more comical than successful, kept her in her place. Before too long, his heavy breathing was back to her side, and he had returned with a metal tray of clanking items. Weapons? With fear and exhaustion, playing tag with her psyche, a quick snippet of her wedding vows shot through her mind like oddly timed lightning, and Laura knew it was time to speak now, or forever hold her peace. "What?" Her voice was dry and cracked. The little saliva she had, a thick paste. "What are you going to do to me?" There was no part of that she wanted to know the answer to. The question was really a last-ditch attempt at conversation, and the highly unlikely scenario that she could talk her way out of not dying, or at least not being tortured before she did. The man was quiet for a moment, and Laura hoped he was reconsidering whatever perverse avenues he had planned to go down. Finally, he gave a long, guttural sigh, sounding nearly as tired as she was, and spoke. "I'm going to try to save your life, and mine while we're at it." The man's voice was deep, with a hair of British inflection, reflecting his nearly 30 years removed from the English territories. "But for now, we're going to start by having a look at your eyes and getting you out of that Zoom bag." This was not what she was expecting, and it put her off her second line of conversation completely, which was to start begging for her life. "And since I answered your question," he continued, "I'd appreciate it if you'd answer one of mine. Exactly who the hell are you? And how the hell did you get here, miss?" I guess that's 2 questions. Given that nothing else in the last 4 days had been remotely close to normal, it didn't really come to much of a surprise to see the trend continue. She was confused, to be sure, but more than that, she was relieved. Not being tortured and killed in the depths of space, where they say screaming isn't heard terribly well, put her mind at ease considerably. "I'm astronaut Laura Hillman, and I got here on the Daedalus with your new commander, Dmitri Kapersky." After another moment of silence, pondering her unseen companion, blurted out, "Psycho bitch," and Laura flinched instinctively. The man put his hand on her knee, perhaps to comfort her, and she nearly fell out of her seat trying to pull away, suddenly quite wary of her imminent safety again. "Sorry." He apologized several times over as sincerely as he could. "I didn't mean to scare you. I realize you must think I was talking about you. I wasn't." He sighed. "Listen, I'm Nick Jiry. You can call me Nick. I'm the medical officer on board the Olympus until the crew gets—" Nick trailed off, realizing his own mistake. "Well, I'm the medical officer. If you'll let me, I'd like to take a look at your eyes and see if we can't fix you up. After that, we need to get you changed into some real clothes, and as much as I hate to be a pain, we probably need to do these things at an expedient pace. I don't think it's wise for us to stay here too long." Every time she thought she was beginning to grasp the situation, it just went right out the window. Her head was swimming in confusion. I don't understand, Nick. We were told that, well, that you had taken control of the station and were denying access to the Daedalus. We thought that you were there to, I don't know, do something to us. We were only trying to defend ourselves. Nick's response was a dry chuckle that didn't sound like real laughter. Well, we were told that the Daedalus never made liftoff from Earth before, you know? The doctor reached for Laura's bandage, and this time she didn't flinch or pull away. It was due more to her being captivated by his words than her no longer being afraid of him, however. It was hard to fully trust anyone when you couldn't read their face. After a brief inspection, the man who claimed to be the station's doctor agreed with Dimitri's earlier assessment of solar retinopathy, as well as the cosmonaut's confidence in its ability to be treated. This was a very welcome news, given the intensity of the distracting flashing that flooded her visual senses while the bandages were off. The intense light of the central medical bay playing havoc with her optical nerves until Nick reapplied a new bandage, bringing her back to merciful darkness. Nick took a swab of the inside of her mouth for Laura's DNA and fed the sample into one of the most expensive pieces of machinery on the entire OSS. It was a one-of-a-kind bioprocessor with a 16-digit number as its only ID, but its makers had affectionately dubbed Prometheus for its ability to restore life to humanity and perhaps even achieve immortality. Prometheus, unimaginable for most of humanity's tenure, was science fiction now become science, creating synthetic stem cells on a nanoscopic level which could combine with specific DNA or RNA to create cures for nearly every conceivable ailment, from the common cold to cancer to fifth-degree burns. We honestly thought we were the last people left. Nick gently patted her head like she was made of fine china while they waited on the amazing machine, and she could hear the reverence in his voice. I'm really glad you made it here. I don't know how you did it, but I'm really glad you did. It took a remarkably short amount of time for Prometheus, with some specifically inputted instructions, to produce the solution which, painlessly injected, would reduce Laura's healing period from several months to a day or two. Nick helped her get out of her flight suit, clean up, and change into better-suited clothes, and Laura, beyond the point of modesty, let him. It had nothing to do with her being blind or his being a doctor, either. Given the circumstances, it just didn't matter. They spoke as she changed, and she kept getting the impression that she wasn't moving nearly quick enough. Nick's increased cadence and high-rising intonation gave every word a thinly veiled sense of urgency, and, without seeing facial expressions, it was the only way she had to read them. He explained the Alex had not been trying to attack Dimitri at all, but had slipped into a state of mental delirium and wanted nothing more than to verify their reality with his own sense of touch. The situation escalated quickly between the two men, and it was unfortunate for them all the way it turned out. Apparently, the strain of the last few days had been too much for Olympus's main engineer, and he had snapped long before the Daedalus made port. It hadn't helped any that the two men had been led to Bay 6 by a false alarm touting blockage in a ventilation shaft, and then trapped them there for 2 days without food, water, or a toilet of any kind. You can bet your ass that there's some blockage in that shaft now, Nick joked, and had she not been standing nearly naked, it would have qualified as TMI, but instead it produced a real chuckle from both of them. Astronaut Jiry was somewhat crude, with the mouth of a sailor, but she could tell by the time that she had her clean OSS jumpsuit on that she really liked the man. He didn't seem to have much of a filter between his mind and his mouth, not mincing his words in the least, but he seemed to be a straight shooter, which was part of what she loved about Dmitri so much. And Mike. Once she had her boots laced up, he was insisting that they leave the medbay, that they were most likely being watched. Laura refused to budge this time without some answers first. Where are we going? Why were they running? Who were they running from? On top of all that, she was demanding that they go back and help Dmitri. Yeah, they may still have been alive, but they couldn't just leave him there, passed out on the metal docking platform. And Alex, too, for that matter. Nick could see her determination, and by her best guess, was probably too exhausted himself to drag her any further. With the frustration plainly evident in his voice and a sigh after every other sentence, Nick did his best to explain what he could. For starters, he didn't know where they were going, just that they had to keep going or risk being trapped in whatever room they happened to be in. More than 40 hours ago, he and Alex had contemplated trying to access the only real weapon aboard the OSS, a 9mm handgun locked in a safe in the commander's office, but the only way in was with a numeric code only known by the acting commander. The idea had been nothing more than a vicious tease to them, but Laura made a mental note. Dmitri would know that code. It was another reason they needed to go back and get him. If not sooner, then definitely later. Nick paused and promised more answers if they could just start moving to a new location. Any new location. Laura reluctantly agreed and let him lead her, hand in hand, out of the medbay and toward the housing units. It was his contention that, being some of the only areas without cameras, if they could get into one of the apartments unseen, they could finally rest and formulate some sort of plan. He repeatedly stressed the need for stealth, but she could only be so covert, shuffling along, at his side and slightly behind. Nick held her left hand while she traced the cool metallic wall with her right. She tried to work through the conundrum in her head, and to her, their antagonist, couldn't have been more obvious. "Commander Milner," she said, with a voice just above a whisper. Without slowing his pace, Nick looked over his shoulder at her. "What about her?" He shared her hushed tone, and Laura found that she actually preferred it in her current state of blindness. There was something about the tone and volume of the words that came her way which affected her ability to process them properly. Having to rely solely on an auditory palette for the world to color itself from, it created unique and surprising effects on the way her brain was rewiring itself, but this was hardly the time for a scientific analysis. For that reason alone, she hadn't even begun to wonder why all the abstract hums, beeps, whirs, and other background noises that made up the station seemed to drift through her mind as vibrant colors instead. A cacophonous kaleidoscope of Olympus's soundtrack. It made her dizzy if she let herself focus on it. That was who we were running from. Commander Milner. I bet she went off the deep end, like Alex, except worse. She deceived all three of you, and tricked you into doing exactly what she wanted you to. I mean, I haven't got it all figured out yet, but it's something like that, right? This did seem to halt Nick momentarily, and just as she was sure he was about to confirm her suspicions, he said, "Are you hungry?" Offbeat and random seemed to be the man's forte, and Laura's mouth literally dropped open. In point of fact, however, she wasn't. It would be another 12 hours at least before her body would be ready to start accepting solid foods again. "I can't eat. I just boarded. Didn't you say you were the medical officer?" She was teasing with her jab. Under the current circumstances, anyone could be forgiven a large degree of scatterbrain. "Of course," he agreed. "However, I'm hungry." As if on cue, his belly rumbled in confirmation. I helped myself to a nutrient shot back in Med, but we hadn't eaten in a couple of days. I'm going to need a little something. Laura had no great alternate plan to propose, so she simply shrugged her shoulders as if to say, "Whatever," and allowed him to adjust their course accordingly. They shuffled along quietly together for some distance, before Nick finally revealed what had been troubling his mind. "Commander Milner." His voice was soft and low, and conveyed a somber seriousness. Made sure that everyone called her Jill. She was unlike anyone else you'd ever meet. She was a pioneer, and in my personal and professional opinion, she could have been one of the greatest deep space astronauts of all time. The commander was something of a hero of mine. I would have given my life for hers without deliberation. The anguish, pain she heard at the edges of his sentences sounded like it might break into sobs at any moment, and she totally understood when he needed the time to collect himself. Within a few minutes, they found themselves in Kitchen C, just outside of Cafeteria 47, otherwise labeled the Rainbow Room Bar and Grill. Grabbing a menu and reading it aloud as they made their way back to the meagerly supplied shelves, Nick's mouth began watering for something significant, but he would have felt like a hypocrite if he had taken the time to fry a steak or whip up some bacon and eggs when he had pressed her so hard about their mobility while she was struggling to get out of the modified spacesuit. She was inclined to agree. Instead, he pocketed several of the NASA-distributed granola bars, which were designed somewhere underground by DARPA, and tore into one immediately. Laura was quite familiar with the bars, herself having, on more than one occasion, brought them back home to Mike and Kevin, who liked them a lot more than she did. They didn't taste bad, with their genetically engineered oats, synthetic chocolate, and hundreds of chemicals designed to improve production, however. By her recollection, the ones from Walmart were worse. While slowly sipping her water, Laura stood and listened to him lip-smack his way through two of the questionable health food bars, and she couldn't help but think about her commander again. "Everything a growing cosmonaut needs to become big and strong," she said, more to herself than anything. It did earn a from Nick, however, whose mouth was too full to say anything else. "Oh, it's just something Dmitri liked to... You know what, never mind." Now was not the time for nostalgia. Once she felt certain that the ex-Brit's mouth was empty enough to speak, she put a little more pressure on what she knew was already a sore spot. "So, Nick, Commander Milner, you got so upset because of what she's done, right? I mean, you would have laid down your life for her, and now she's trying to kill you? Believe me, the hellish irony isn't lost on me. I can understand how painful that must be." Laura waited patiently for Nick to respond, hoping for some continuation of the story. There were still so many questions that needed answering, not the least of which was, where the hell was Rukia in all of this? She'd been wary to bring up the subject of her friend. Since the last time they heard from her, she painted quite the picture of opposition between herself and Nick in particular. As she waited, his unspoken seconds turned into minutes, and the longer it stretched, the more uncomfortable she began to feel. She would have given anything to see his face. There was no way for her to know exactly how much time had passed before Nick cleared his throat and broke the silence, or that he had been spending those minutes fighting to keep his emotions in check. But it was long enough that she would have said something herself had he not beaten her to it. "You've got it wrong, Miss Hillman." "Laura," she corrected him. "Laura's fine." It wasn't so much that she felt the current situation dictated less formality, which it did, but rather a case of her really not wanting to hear her last name, Hillman, said aloud. It was the name she took from her husband and shared with her child, and unfortunately she might never be able to hear it again without thinking of them both involuntarily. It was yet another unanticipated idiosyncrasy in the brave new world that was the rest of her life. Laura, right, of course. Nick agreed before releasing his 100th sigh in the last hour. There's really no easy way to say this, so I guess I'll just say it. The commander is... Nick didn't get to finish his sentence, or if he did, she was unable to hear it. Without warning, a vibrating alarm filled the room, echoing off the kitchen's metal walls and creating the effect of 2 or even 3 sets of competing digital beeps. It was accompanied by flashing red emergency lights she was unable to see, and when Nick spoke again, he had to do so at very nearly the top of his lungs. "It's a lockdown!" he screamed. "She's found us! We have to go now!" Chapter 6. Grabbing her hand, he jerked her toward the door with significantly more force than he meant to, almost sending her to the floor again. As difficult as it had been to try to navigate her environment without the benefit of sight, it was unimaginably worse now that her hearing was being taken away as well. The simple act of just placing one foot in front of the other became a Herculean task, and Laura allowed herself to be pulled more than progressing by her own volition. One foot shuffling behind the other, she prayed she wouldn't trip over anything, including her own feet. Well aware that she wasn't being expedient enough, it didn't help when Nick called out something from in front of her, most of which was lost to the audio assault. All she was able to make out was, "Need to hurry," and "Trapped for good." She felt like she had a pretty good idea what he was trying to get across. They made it out of the kitchen just before the doors sealed themselves, and the blaring echoes behind them, apparently locking in the process. And partway through the Rainbow Room, before the familiar alarm erupted again, the open space and linen-draped walls of the dining area absorbed a large portion of the mentally grating blasts, allowing her to think and walk a little straighter than she had in the confined spaces of the kitchen. Moving much quicker as a result, the motley pair easily made it out of the lounge. Oddly enough, however, the alarm stopped as soon as they did, ceasing the exact moment they crossed the threshold. The door didn't close and lock, and they stopped just outside of it. "She's fucking with us," Nick concluded, and after a moment, "I need you to hang tight for just a second." "What? What the hell are you talking about?" She didn't sound happy. "I dropped my bag. I have to run back in and get it." "What bag?" "I had a bag with some supplies, food, medicine, and the like. I'd been grabbing stuff as we went, and it must have fallen off my shoulder back there. I think I see it. It's not far. It will only take a moment to run back in and grab it." "What about the door?" Laura asked. "The alarm?" "The alarm is nothing more than a 20-second warning of a lockdown. Even she wouldn't be able to override it. If it goes off again, I should have more than enough time. I'll be quick." He pulled softly, and reluctantly she let his hand slip away. She couldn't have really stopped him anyway. As hard as it was to accept, the fiercely independent woman she had been was having to come to terms with her current state of vulnerability, and it was having to do it so damn fast that it probably wasn't good for her psyche. The state of dependence she'd been forced into was bringing back emotions not felt since early childhood, and random thoughts that were better suited keeping their distance. "Don't leave me, Daddy. I'm scared of the dark without you." She followed his hustling progress as well as she could with his offering, "Almost got it. Here it is, and I'm coming back now," to aid her as she went. Laura could hear his heavy breathing again once he was only a few feet away, but he never quite made it back to her side. The door to the Rainbow Room's main entrance did close and lock without warning, sealing off the space between them in an airtight and soundproof glass door. If she hadn't lost her ability to see, the sight of Nick screaming and pounding on the other side of the door, eyes wild and panicked, would have probably made her sick. Instead, her only awareness was of the low, vibrating hum of Concourse Delta and the complete and utter helplessness felt in the pit of her stomach. It was 1979 again, and all she wanted to do was pull the sheets over her head to hide from the monsters under her bed and in her closet. Laura could feel herself regressing exponentially, and she was getting dangerously close to the point of not coming back. "Laura!" A voice broke through her psychological swan dive. A familiar voice, and the joy she felt upon hearing it played a crucial part in holding back the madness. There was still the fear that it may have been an auditory hallucination, and when she heard, "Oh God, Laura, it's you!" her chest swelled as she tried to keep her ailing eyes from producing any tears. "Rukia!" she cried toward the direction of the voice, and then the women were clutching each other in a warm embrace. It seemed like a lifetime since they'd been together face to face, and yet neither of them wanted to let go. "I was so worried about you, Rukia. I thought maybe Commander Milner had done something with you," Laura whispered as they hugged. "I'm sorry, Laura. I couldn't say anything until I got away from Nick. I've been monitoring you guys and waiting for a chance to isolate you. You have no idea how lucky you are." Laura pulled back and shook her head. "I don't understand. Nick was trying to help." "No, Laura, you don't understand." Rukia's voice had something of an edge to it. "I don't know what Jiry said or did to you, but he's a master liar. If I were to tell you what he had planned for all of us, it would sicken you. The man's a lunatic. I probably saved your life." That was so hard to believe. Nothing anyone was saying seemed to make a lick of sense. Laura made a half-hearted attempt to sort the drastically different accounts when she remembered the most important thing. "Dmitri. We have to go back and help Dmitri." "Yeah," Rukia agreed. "We do. I already moved Wang to a secure location, but Commander Kaspersky will still need our assistance. I managed to get him on a stretcher, but I haven't had a chance to move him. I thought it was more important to stay close to you and Jiry. Watch for my opportunity. I don't know what I would have done if he had hurt you." Laura could hear the sincerity in her voice, and it did nothing but further cloud her ability to judge the situation. If she could just get a clear picture of exactly what was happening on Olympus, it would make dealing with it a whole hell of a lot easier. Where's Commander Milner in all of this? Jill Milner felt like the missing piece of the puzzle. In the last communication, you said she'd been put, in the brig? Is she still... Can we find her? Definitely. Rukia squeezed Laura's hands, which she'd still been holding. I got her out of lockup shortly after I was able to free myself. We can go see the commander right now. Not what Laura was expecting. The revelation came as a genuine shock, and despite the other woman's words, she couldn't stave off the feeling of mistrust she had for the OSS's should-be former commanding officer. Maybe it was just the fact that she was the only crew member Laura had not yet encountered, but ever since the first signs of chaos aboard the station made themselves known, she stayed behind the scenes. It seemed logical to presume that she was the one pulling the strings behind the crew's animosity. She was the commander, after all. Okay, let's do that. Laura was still wary, but she needed to know. Commander Milner, or Jill if she believed Nick, could either be a strong ally if there was a schism in power here, or she will have found the mastermind behind all their current troubles. Rukia said, "Okay," and Laura let her lead the way, making better progress than she did with Nick's insistence on sneaking, but amazed, nonetheless, that her muscle allowed her to continue on at all. The fear of dropping at any second and passing out from exhaustion was a legitimate concern. For that reason, more than any other, Laura remained relatively quiet as they went. The majority of her cognitive abilities spent concentrating on continuing to place one foot in front of the other and staying upright. Rukia remained relatively distracted as well, the tablet, which she kept constantly in hand, consuming most of her attention, with its readings on all of Olympus's operations. The current situation had obviously forced her into a role with a lot more responsibility than that of a communications officer, and it seemed the station only continued to function properly through her diligence. At least that's the way it sounded, as she spent the majority of her time tapping away at the touchscreen. It would have been impressive as hell if Laura had a spare synapse to fire off a thought about it. Laura didn't bother to ask where Rukia was leading her, and Rukia never bothered to tell her. In her current state of exhaustion, bouncing from one frantic situation to another, she had given herself fully to the notion of now being safe. Having been found by her old friend, learning that Dmitri was no longer lying on cold steel, and that both Alex and Nick, dangerous or not, were contained and alive, was incredibly cathartic. It gave her well-worn adrenal glands a much-deserved break. They weren't required to actually walk, but for a short distance, before Rukia was steering them, into a mobility chamber, a glorified elevator that ran horizontally as well as vertically. It was probably a good thing, too, as even with transportation, it took nearly 20 minutes to arrive at their destination. By the time Rukia was sliding her onto the hard metal stool, Laura was so grateful to take the weight off of her feet that it felt as good as a lazy boy. The stool was attached to a table which Laura surmised to be a dining area, and she put her head down on her arms like a preschool nap time. All she wanted to do was sleep. The second she quit fighting it, she was out. When she finally came back to, her sleeve was wet with drool, and it felt like it had probably been a significant amount of time. Much like her time in the capsule, however, the ability to properly detect and measure increments of time was impaired beyond the point of any degree of reliability. Her body's internal clock had always been a source of consistency, and it came as a shock to discover how closely tied it was with her ability to monitor an actual clock. Outside of the steady hum of a few electric devices or appliances, the room was completely silent. "Rukia!" she called out, her voice echoing off the cold walls. The acoustics sounded very similar to the kitchen she had been earlier in with Nick. "I'm here," Rukia replied from across the room. "You're okay." Laura was still tired and weak, and for the first time in a week, her stomach was showing some interest in food. "How long was I asleep?" She could hear Rukia coming closer as she replied. "Not too long, but you were out good. I figured you probably needed to recharge a bit." She wasn't wrong about that. "You were asleep just long enough for me to take care of Jiry." Any residual fogginess was quickly blown away, and Laura shook her head. "What do you mean, take care of? What'd you do to Nick?" "Relax." Rukia plopped down onto the seat next to hers and put her hand on her friend's shoulder. "It's all okay now." Her words were steady and even, and did a great job at conveying their honesty. "Jiry and Wang have both been processed. Now we're all on the same page. There won't be any more struggling for power, only survivor. We can take care of Commander Kaspersky together, and then the future can be, well, whatever we want it to be." Laura had no idea what the Asian woman was referring to when she spoke of the men being processed, but it could have been any number of things, from a decontamination routine to binding agreement. Regardless, the fact they would all be getting along again was great news, except... Wait a second. It surprised her that it took her so long for the thought to reveal itself, but given the strenuous ordeal her mind had been made to endure, it probably shouldn't have. What about Commander Milner? Jill? I thought we were going to see her. Rukia sighed and took her hand off Laura's shoulder. "Listen." Her voice took on a somber tone. "I wasn't completely honest with you. Thing is, I didn't want to lay too much on you at one time." "Rukia," Laura tried to match her even quality, not yet sure how to play the coming seconds. "I think now would be the time to go ahead and lay it all on me. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not a child you need to protect." There were a few moments of silence as Laura allowed Rukia time to consider her words, except it wasn't complete silence. Beneath the electric hums and even their breathing, there was a small, gritty sound Laura knew very well. Having heard it from her father for her entire life until his death, she knew that Rukia was grinding her teeth together. She also knew that it was generally a result of stress. "Okay," Rukia began. "Here's the truth. Commander Milner had been forced into the brig, as I stated before. But what I didn't tell you was that she committed suicide while she was in there. By the time I was able to get to her, she was gone. I was too late." She took a moment to swallow the lump in her throat before continuing. It had all been too much for her. The bombs on Earth and the mutiny had her on edge, and then when she was told that the Daedalus never made liftoff, it just pushed her over, I guess. Laura understood why Rukia hadn't wanted to tell her. It was tragically sad, and even though she had never met the woman, she could see how the news of someone killing themselves, due to enduring horrible circumstances, and then learning of new ones, might not be the best story to share with someone who was also enduring horrible circumstances. Rukia had chosen the temporary sin of omission over diluting what was already thin morale. "Oh, Rukia, I'm so sorry." She was, too. It had to have been a devastating loss. Laura put her arms around her friend, and two women embraced for several seconds before Rukia quickly pulled away. "Oh, shit!" Something had her attention. "What is it?" Laura asked. "I don't know. An alarm in engineering, E-level. Could be nothing, but I need to check it out real quick. Listen, give me 30 minutes or so and I'll be back, and then we can talk about what we're going to do. Okay, Laura nodded her head. And then get Dmitri. Yeah, Rukia agreed. And Nick and Alex too? Yeah, Rukia confirmed. They'll be there too. I have to go, Laura. Try to get some rest. She stood and quickly made her way out of the room, calling back to her just before the door slid shut. I'm really glad you're here with me. Chapter 7. It put a smile on Laura's face, and she put her head back on the table and spread her arms out in a yawning stretch. The fingertips of her right hand made contact with an unusual object, and stretching further, she took hold of something, odorless and firm, in a vacuum-sealed plastic. It wasn't completely solid, but felt tender and wet. If she didn't know better, she would have sworn it was a large, meaty steak. The problem with that, however, was that there should have been little to no meat aboard the station until, and if, the Ariane 6 made contact, and it definitely wouldn't be just laying around on a table like this. Rukia must have had it out for her next meal. Satisfied with the probable logic of that possibility, Laura would have let it go, too, had her hand not encountered a second package. Differently proportioned but similar in consistency to the first. She carefully slid down 2 seats until she found herself directly in front of a small pile of mystery packages. Working through them, her hands one at a time, and racking her brain in the world's worst guess the Christmas present game, she finally came across one she could recognize, and it made her throw up a little water in her mouth. It was a human foot. The horror that gripped her as she held the wrapped appendage in her hands would not allow her to drop it, even though that was all she wanted to do. Her mind seemed as frozen as her body, and the only thought she could produce was, "This can't be real," which repeated over and over. It took a considerable mental exertion to free her hands of the offensive object, and Laura struggled to consider her options. Was she really going to just sit here and wait on Rukia without knowing for sure? There was always the possibility, albeit unlikely, that she had misconstrued and misinterpreted what she thought she had just felt, but she had to know for sure. Reluctantly, she slowly peeled away the gel-infused bandage from her eyes and tried blinking several times. Remarkably, and with complete thanks to the Prometheus injection, they were already significantly better. There was a slight burning sensation and a large black spot that filled the center of her vision, but the flashing was gone, and if she concentrated, she could make out the items on the edges of her periphery without actually looking directly at them. It took several mind-numbing minutes of practice and an onsetting headache before she could turn herself at the proper angle to discern the pile of packaged meat. And yes, it was meat. It was identifying a woman's hand that put her in motion, however. It was definitely time to get the hell out of there. Scanning the room and, in turn, locating the exit provided to be even more difficult. Every time she thought she saw something useful, her instinct was to look at and then observe whatever it was. It was frustrating to no end, but it was better than being blind. Sorting out her environment was time-consuming, but it eventually came together. She was in another kitchen, a very large kitchen which seemed to spread out endlessly. She had navigated past a couple of preparation tables before stumbling across a large wooden butcher block drenched in bright red blood, which she could only take in at a cockeyed angle. There was something with stained metal buried in the wood, but the persistent instinct to look right at it kept her from fully distinguishing its form. It was disturbing nonetheless, and her best guess was that it was a meat cleaver. Walking sideways to navigate her way around the gory table, she nearly lost her balance when her foot slipped in a slicked puddle of red. Even with her poor tracking abilities, the sickening trail of blood was easy to follow, leading past the pile of soaked and shredded OSS uniforms and straight to the vacuum sealing machine, where it began to dry and become sticky. The pile on the large table next to the machine, designed to maintain freshness of food for the long haul of deep space, nearly took her breath away. The segmented parcels made it impossible to equate to human form, but the sheer mass of it dictated that it had to be more than one person. Laura's stomach lurched violently, and she was suddenly grateful there was nothing for it to produce. Had Rukia done this? Was she looking at the remains of Alex, Nick, and Jill? It seemed inconceivable, and was at such odds with everything she knew as sanity. Spinning on her heels, and nearly slipping in blood once again, Laura decided she had lingered long enough when the door, which she had yet to locate, slid open somewhere to her left. She cocked her head and did her best to target the direction, but could make out very little beyond the fact that someone had entered. "Laura, don't freak out." Rukia was back, and she was taking slow, deliberate steps in Laura's direction. "You need to let me explain." With each step, her friend took toward her. Laura would take one in the opposite direction, keeping her neck strained at an uncomfortable angle required to pinpoint the movement. This is just simple math. Without the supplies from Arian 6, 6 people would have survived for no longer than 3 weeks. That's it. 3 weeks, and then we all die horrible deaths anyway. Laura nearly fell over a plate stand, knocking the top 2 to 3 to the floor. With a crash, and in a split second, lost Rukia completely. Fortunately, she didn't seem to be trying to take advantage, and continued with the slow pace of both her words and her steps, allowing Laura plenty of time to locate her again. However, if we supplement our resources with 800 pounds of high-protein meat and cut that number down to 2, then, well, we can make it. We only have to survive for 2 years before it would be safe enough to take the Dallas back to Earth. I've worked this problem through several times, Laura. You have to believe me. There's only one way for 2 people to make it out of this alive. Still backing away, and sickened to her core, Laura didn't know how to reply. The reality and full implications of Rukia's words were slowly seeping into a realm of acceptance, one dreadful thought at a time. Nick said Rukia told him that the Dallas didn't make it. Rukia said Jill killed herself from hearing the same thing. It was Rukia all along. She was responsible for all their deaths. Laura's faith in human nature was being torn away, one painful strip at a time, and she could feel the qualities that made her the person she was going with it. No matter how this situation resolved itself, she would be a fundamentally different person afterward. Then there was the big question. Why hadn't Rukia tried to kill her? When she said 2 people, had she meant the 2 of them? If that was the case, then, oh dear Lord, no. 2 people? Laura blurted out, surprising even herself with the volume. Rukia, did you kill them all? What about Dmitri? Did you kill Dmitri? The combination of her forceful screams and still trying to keep Rukia's general vicinity in view sent Laura backwards, and she braced herself against the table to keep from tumbling over. As soon as she felt the moisture on her hands, she knew which table she had grabbed. Too furious to be revolted, she held her bloody palms up in what she hoped was the right direction. "Is this his blood?" she screamed again before pausing to let Rukia respond. Rukia sighed, and this time Laura could barely hear it over her own panting. Now that she was relying more on her eyesight again, her cochlea and eardrums were no longer pulling Superman duty. "Laura." Rukia's voice sounded like she was talking to a small child who would barely understand the words. "I already told you. It's going to take the two of us to process him. He's a big guy. Until he's processed, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to kill him." "So he's alive?" Laura interrupted. "For now, yeah. The commander is still strapped down on a stretcher in Base 6. Laura felt some sense of hope return, having gotten the answer she was least expecting, but it far from outweighed the shock she felt at Rukia's presumption. "And you honestly thought I was going to help you to... what? Kill him? Cut him up? Eat him? Are you out of your fucking mind?" Laura hoped she knew it was a rhetorical question, because the woman was quite obviously as mad as a hatter, sans the limericks and witty repartee. "I would rather die than do something like that, Rukia. I would have thought you'd know that." "Well, Laura, that's always an option. But before you make that kind of decision, I think you should know all the facts." "Facts?" Laura cried. "What bloody facts? The only fact I see is that you're as big a psychopath as the people responsible for killing my husband and child. You better hope there's not an afterlife, because there's a special place in hell for you, bitch." Rukia's demeanor seemed unfazed by her outburst. "Laura, I know you're upset, but please hear me out." She paused for a moment, and when Laura didn't interrupt, decided to continue. "The commander's being alive isn't just for freshness. I said 2 people, because it will take a minimum crew of 2 in order to maintain Olympus. This is only even possible because of the work I've been doing since we lost contact with Earth. The way I've adjusted the systems are very specific, and therefore one of those crew members must be me. The other can either be you or the commander, and because I wanted it to be you, I wanted to let you decide. But be aware this only works one way mathematically, just in case you're thinking that Olympus could hold a crew of 3. Don't. It will skew the numbers just enough to make the whole endeavor futile, and essentially a waste of lives. For there to be meaning in any of this, it has to be 2 people. 2 people, 2 years. Laura couldn't believe what she was hearing. Rukia sounded too calculating and articulate to be insane, but she was definitely a sociopath, ascribing no real value to any human life other than her own. It suddenly seemed odd that she had chosen Laura as her favorite, based on what was now such ancient history, and knowing how little Rukia seemed invested in previous attachments. "You honestly believe Dmitri will help you cut and eat me?" Laura knew Dmitri more than well enough to know that he would never go along with something like this. Rukia suddenly closed the distance between them in half, and Laura could do nothing but stagger and try to see her, which was hard to do without looking at her. Well, here's the thing, Laura. I won't need his help to kill or cut you up. You're not as sizable a job as he would be. Once it's just the commander and I who are left, well, I think you know he'll believe whatever I tell him, including the freak shipment of 4 sides of beef that came in with the last supply run. I don't know, maybe I'll come up with something better. The point is, whatever it is, he'll believe me. Laura was scared. She had lost everything that held any importance to her except Dmitri, and now she was being told that the only way she could live was if she lost him as well. All things considered, it made sense to just give up. If there was nothing left to live for, why bother living? Except, deep down, where the primal instincts and urges lived, she wanted to live. Beyond rationality and defying logic, she wanted to live, damn it. And it wasn't for the pursuit of happiness. That ship had sailed. It was that thing inside of her that told her she had to. What was it Ruki had said? Survive. Sliding her hands back to the cutting table again, Laura began reaching out behind her as nonchalantly as she could, before finding and taking hold of the cleaver's handle. She was only able to pull off the illusion because of the funky angle she was already standing at in order to keep Rukia somewhat targeted. "Okay," Laura said. "I'll do it. I'll help you." Chapter 8. Really? Rukia sounded hopeful. "But you have to answer one question for me first, and be honest." "Okay." She nodded, still not noticing Laura's left hand gripping the dull end of the chopping device embedded in the wood-grain tabletop. "Why me? You said you wanted it to be me, so why me?" Now that Rukia was closer, Laura could hear her grinding teeth again, this time much louder than before. It was her tell. She was about to reveal something she didn't want to, which meant she was probably going to be telling the truth. Rukia had to believe they were beyond the point of lies now, anyway. Laura hoped so, at least. "I chose you, Laura Hillman, because, next to me, you have the smallest body size and caloric intake to provide maximum output efficiency. The odds of my survival are 12% better with you than the commander." If there was any laughter left in Laura's soul, she would have laughed. She wanted to laugh. But there was no doubt Rukia was telling the truth, because it reflected her cold and calculating nature perfectly. She didn't choose Laura to be her last neighbor ever, for any reasons of friendship or even familiarity. It really was a math equation to her, where X equaled co-worker and Y equaled TV dinner, and it didn't really matter who was which variable as long as it came out to Z, her continued and extended existence. The answer wasn't exactly what Laura was expecting, but it was close enough to push her to the end of her own little calculation. Was her desire to live, despite the multitude of reasons not to, stronger than her desire to make sure that Rukia didn't? Was self-preservation greater than or lesser than the chorus of her bloodthirsty nerves screaming in unison to bury the blade somewhere deep in Rukia's skull? It, for damn sure, wasn't equal to, and Laura knew with complete certainty that the other woman's life needed to be ended. She shouldn't even be alive for another minute. Even if she were the very last human in existence, she would need to be put down, like a rabid dog. It was an act of mercy. That kind of sickness just shouldn't exist. Laura yanked on the meat cleaver handle with every ounce of energy she had. In her mind, she saw the large cutting device sliding free from the wooden surface and then gliding through the air in one swift and fluid motion. It would make contact with Rukia long before she even registered an incoming attack. Maybe not a killing blow, but good enough to get the party started. A single lethal strike was a better death than she deserved anyway. The problem with all that, however, is that the cleaver refused to budge. She yanked a second time, and of course by this point, it was painfully obvious what she was trying to do. The third time seemed like it might be the charm, as the handle moved just a bit, and Laura turned her head to reestablish a bearing on her ex-friend. Inconveniently timed as it was, she was able to catch the movement before her nose took the worst part of Rukia's fist, shattering the bridge and sending her sprawling to the floor in a pool of other people's blood. Her face felt like it was on fire, except burning from within. Laura tried looking up through the red haze and could barely see Rukia straddled over her. The psychopath was so close that the black spot only concealed her face and chest, so Laura was able to easily detect the meat cleaver dangling from her right hand. Sure, after she'd loosened it up for her. "I'm not going to lie, Laura. I'm a little disappointed," Rukia expounded. "For some reason, I really thought you were going to see things my way. I thought we could, well, I don't know what I thought. I guess it doesn't matter now." She raised the cleaver in a striking position, and Laura held her hand up in front of her face, knowing full well it was a useless gesture. "I'll make sure the commander gives a eulogizing toast in your honor the first time we dine on your liver. I'm sure it will be very moving." Laura couldn't see her face, but she could swear she heard a smile in that sick bitch's voice. "In the meantime, try not to fight this." Rukia raised the blade over her head and began arcing it down with as much force as she could muster, which, given her already proven ability to butcher, was probably quite a lot. Laura prayed it would be quick and relatively painless, and she wondered if she would get to see Mike and Kevin again. But that wasn't the same thing as acceptance. She didn't want to find out what happens when you die. As the blade slid through the air, it glinted the fluorescent kitchen lights on one of its only clean spots and momentarily completed her blindness. In that same instant, there was a hollow pop from across the room, which made Laura think, of all things, of champagne being open. In the back of her mind, Kevin's voice asked, "Is that a special occasion, Mommy?" Perhaps it was. Rukia suddenly lost her grip on the deadly cutlery, sending it flying from her hand and clanking away unseen, and Laura had no idea what had happened. Due to the flash of light in the ever-present blank spot, she was unable to see the look of astonished surprise on Rukia's face, nor did she see the thin line of red that had begun to run down her cheek from the tiny hole in her temple. Laura remained frozen in her spot on the floor like a child waiting for admonishment, for the several long seconds that Rukia continued to stand there. Face burning, eyes stinging, she waited for some type of aggressive impact, the fight all beaten from her, and it came as a complete shock when her tormentor tumbled down on top of her, crumpling into an immobile pile. Laura screamed and desperately tried to pull herself from beneath the lifeless body, much heavier than she would have imagined, while her hands and feet slipped in the blood. One horrifying split second, she was convinced that it wasn't going to happen, and then Rukia's body was lifting itself off her. No, it was being lifted. Another second later, she was too. The searing ache and pooled blood around her nose and eyes had her nearly blinded again, but she knew she was safe the moment she felt the strong arms wrap around her and lock her into their embrace. It was Dmitri, her commander, co-pilot, protector, and dear, dear friend, had promised to keep her safe no matter what, and somehow he kept his promise. Held tightly in his arms and covered in blood, it was the only place in the universe that she wanted to be in that moment, and Laura found herself unable to hold back the torrent of salty tears, despite the acidic pain they brought with them. Seemingly, the roller coaster ride of emotions had come to an end, and it had cost her everything to ride it. The relief that it was over, even for just that moment, was like nothing Laura had ever dreamed or desired. Chapter 9. Over the next 12 hours, she passed in and out of consciousness. Dmitri had set her up in a medbay bed near Prometheus so that she could take hourly injections. Prognosis was 20/20 eyesight in 3 days, and broken nose healed in about a week, but the first few hours were obviously going to be the worst, and the pain medication kept her from asking any questions. At the 4th hour, after the most intense pain had passed, and the opiate fog had subsided somewhat, she mustered the single word that covered her wide range of inquiries. How? I'm a big guy, Demetrius had chuckled. How long do you think I would stay unconscious? But, Laura pressed, she had you tied down, she said. Dmitri laughed again, and Laura reflected on just how much she had missed that sound, and how close she had come to never hearing it again. I'm Dmitri Krypyrsky, his tone saying that should be answer enough. Laura had always thought that she knew what that meant, but now she hadn't known anything. The commander's reputation was one of legend, and one wouldn't have been faulted for thinking that it was, in large part, an exaggeration. Not that she had ever had, but they would have been wrong. If anything, his lore was probably under-embellished. For Laura, at least, he was nothing short of a frigging superhero. While gently cleaning and doctoring her wounds, Dmitri proceeded to tell her the story. I think we have got the time, he said sarcastically. Rukia had strapped him to the medical stretcher, but, given the number of distractions she was dealing with, neglected to remove the small utility knife from an exterior breast pocket of his Daedalus flight suit. Once free, it hadn't taken him too long to get inside the security and surveillance systems to figure out what Rukia had been up to. From there, he went to the commander's office to retrieve the only firearm on Olympus from the safe with a code that only he and Commander Milner knew. He was the one that set off the false alarm that drew Rukia away in the first place. But then the real issue that kept him from getting back to Laura as quickly as he wanted to. What about her fail-safe? Laura asked. Rukia made changes to the OSS systems so that only she could keep it running properly, or so she said. It might have been BS like the rest of her lies, but should we be worrying about it? This did not come as a surprise to Dmitri, who apparently already knew and didn't seem overly concerned about it. Granagi was a bright officer, very clever, but foolish to think that she could do anything that I couldn't undo. I helped design most of the critical systems on this station, and the complexity of Olympus is well beyond her. Frankly, if she had kept the station on the rotational path she had chosen, it would have torn itself apart in a few days. There was a reason I was chosen to be the first commander for a fully operational Olympus. I guess she wasn't as smart as she thought she was. Laura offered. Yeah, he agreed. She was a great astronaut and comms officer. Not so good with the engineering and engines. Even if she was the best in her field, there was still nothing she knew that I hadn't already taught to hundreds of others. There was nothing unique or special about her. Not like you. Laura pulled Dmitri close and held him tightly once again, so grateful for his being there. She was a special piece of shit. She whispered into his ear, bringing yet more of that laughter that was like a balm of her soul every time she heard it. That she was, he whispered back. I'm ashamed to say that she had me fooled. Don't beat yourself up over it. She had us all fooled. Dmitri nodded, and a grim expression came over his face. Laura had mixed feelings over it. It was never a look she wanted to see on his face, but it was hard not to feel some joy in the fact that she could see it. There was still some blurriness, and the fine details were obscured, but Prometheus had delivered on its promised miracles. What is it, Dmitri? She could tell that he was considering whether or not to reveal what was weighing on him, and decided that the concealment of information was coming to an end once and for all. You don't get to decide what's for me to know or not for me to know anymore. It's just us. We have to tell each other everything. Do you understand? His face went from grim indecision to solemn certainty. He knew she was right. Neither one of them had even bothered considering what it would be like living out the rest of their lives. But if that was just them, secrets would have to be a thing of the past. Okay, Dmitri began, and Laura could tell that the words were hurting him to say. The reason I didn't get back to you quicker, when I distracted Kannagi earlier, was because of an incoming transmission from... He sighed and shook his head. Arian 6. She'll be here in 10 hours. Laura's face ran pale with quiet shock, and her eyes began to pool with fat tears, even though she was sure they had all run dry. The Arian 6 and all of her supplies had actually made it. Rukia Kannagi's horrific algebra was pointless. Not that her reason for murdering the people that trusted her was a good one in the first place, but now even it had no merit. Her callous selfishness was the perfect cosmic reflection of the evil motivations that called the earth with nuclear fire, and in the end it proved to be just as meaningless. It was sickening. Rukia had known damn well that it was impossible to write off the automated transfer vehicle without some time passing, as she claimed to have told her crew, and yet she had begun to implement her cannibalistic plans within hours of the first bombs falling. It wasn't calculating. It was evil. After several minutes of stunned, silent sobbing, overwhelmed by the sadness of it all, Laura finally shook her head and asked, Is this what we are as a species? Murderers, takers, destroyers? Is this what humanity is? She paused to sigh, but it came out as a mournful moan instead. Because I don't think I know anymore. Dmitri put his hand to her chin and pushed her healing eyes to meet his own. We, you and I, Dmitri, and Laura, Olympus, are what humanity is. Our species is whatever we decide to make it. Laura nodded in agreement. And in the coming days, weeks, months, and hopefully years, what we need to be is strong. Crow sat half reclined in a mechanical bed with his knees up, and a sheet draped between them like the cables of a suspension bridge. He was old, but not nearly as old as he looked. The sprigs of hair that grew in a circle around the top of his head were short and almost downy. Months ago, when his hair first began to leave him, it had been a steely mixture of salt and pepper. Now all was an unwashed white with a yellowish tinge. His skin, always a few shades darker than most, was pocked with red sores, some of which were healing, others stubbornly refusing to. A thin rubber tube looped around each ear before meeting at his nostrils. Dr. Raven, a tall Indian man, strolled in with a dour look across his usually genial face. "Mr. Crow," he said with perfect, measured enunciation, "there are some things we need to discuss." The flat TV screen, bolted to the wall overhead, displayed the second presidential debate, or maybe it was the third. Crow didn't really care, but it was the only thing on. The opponents stood across from each other, both clean-cut, both certainly reprobates of the highest caliber. So it was before me, so it'll be after me, Crow thought. "Mr. Crow," Dr. Raven repeated, "I've got the results back from the tests." Crow wrapped a skeletal hand around the remote and raised it. It was a bulky, clumsy thing attached to a cord connected to the bed. His bony thumb searched for the volume, and he stared straight at the doctor as he notched it up as high as it would go. Then he turned his eyes back to the screen, as if the doctor had never been there. Without hesitation, Dr. Raven reached up and unplugged the television. "I'm watching that," Crow said with a voice like sandpaper. Without warning, he coughed in deep, painful bursts. Globs of blood flew into his mouth. He snatched a cup from the bedside table and spat into it. When he looked at his doctor, he still felt a small string of bloody saliva clinging to his chin. "I'm afraid there is bad news." "No kidding," Crow said sarcastically. "The Red Sox lose?" "Mr. Crow, there is no easy way to say this, so I will not draw it out. We are out of options. The treatments didn't work at all, and the cancer has spread to your other lung. It is moving fast, very fast." "So, what's next?" The bite from his words was gone now. The doctor seemed to relax at the sound of his tired voice. "Well, the conversation is no longer about treatment." Raven's voice remained calm. "The conversation is now about time and comfort. There are a lot of options for—" "All right, Doc, let's cut the crap. How long?" Dr. Raven sighed. "Months, maybe less. But there are ways to improve your comfort." "Oh, shut up. You damn well know there won't be anything comfortable about this. So just do me a favor and shut up." "Can I call someone?" "Call a cab for yourself. Go back to Pakistan, or go screw a camel on a magic carpet for all I care. Just leave me alone." The doctor stared at his patient for a few seconds and let out another sigh. He walked out of the room. Crow focused his attention back on the television for a good long time, until the urge for a cigarette grew to be unbearable. The nurse caught him at the elevator, dragging his IV with one hand and clutching a pack of smokes in the other. Naturally, she objected. What exactly do you think is going to happen?" He stared at her with his icy blue eyes until the firm hand of his elbow pulled away. Outside, he lit up and drew in the warmth of the cigarette. It burned wonderfully, and at once he fell into a fit of coughing so fierce that he didn't know if it would ever stop. A young couple strolled by holding hands and smiling. The wife cupped the underside of her pregnant belly. When they saw Crow, their smiles vanished, and they immediately crossed to the opposite sidewalk. "You've always had that effect on people," a voice said over his shoulder, "though that's probably truer now than it was a few months ago." Crow turned and saw a familiar but unwelcome face moving towards him. "Oh, hell, Haynes, what do you want? Come to watch me die?" "Nice to see you too, Crow," Vincent Haynes replied. His jet-black hair lay sharply to one side. He looked as if he had just walked out of a men's catalog, matching with an air of confidence. "I see that your situation hasn't dampened your enthusiasm for bad habits. Is that how you sound when you talk to your wife?" Crow pulled in another drag. "Honestly, I can hear you in the bedroom saying, 'Well, tonight, I'm feeling rather randy, my dear. Mayhaps you can fish my Johnson for my trousers for a good old-fashioned rooting.'" Haynes smiled, a careless thing, without a hint of offense. "You're trying to get a raise out of me. You've always done that. I suppose dying shouldn't change anything?" "To answer your earlier question, no, I haven't come to watch you die. At least not exactly." After flicking the cigarette at Haynes' very expensive-looking shoes, Crow turned and headed back inside without responding. "We're not done here." "Actually, we are. The days of you telling me what to do are long gone. I'm here to offer you a job." Crow stopped. The light had nearly left the sky, so when he turned back, his eyes rested on Haynes' silhouette. "You screwing with me?" "I assure you I'm not." Crow lowered his head. "Why do I get the distinct feeling you're pulling my crank for the way I treated you all these years? You got dozens of agents. No one needs an old-timer with only a few weeks left on his time card. Actually, that's precisely why we need you. Your situation makes you the perfect candidate." He paused for a moment before adding, "The only candidate." They stood in silence. When Crow began speaking, Haynes cut him off. "There are hundreds of reasons not to do this, and I understand if you want to spend your remaining time in a more suitable manner. The truth is," he sighed as if the words inflicted physical pain, "we need you. This is the biggest job any of us have ever been involved in, and we've only got one shot, one chance to get it right." Crow lit another cigarette, but barely took a drag before the full body coughing overtook him. The violent heaving nearly brought him to his knees, and when he looked back up, Haynes had taken several steps back. "Don't worry, Haynes," he said, wiping the blood from his chin. "I won't get any lung on your shiny shoes." Crow pulled himself slowly to his feet and leaned back, struggling for air. "Screw this hospital, screw cancer, screw you. I said I was out." He turned back toward the hospital. "There's a package waiting at your house. I suggest you take a look." "Eat a plate of crap," Crow yelled over his shoulder, "and stay away from my damn funeral." The nurse came in as he pulled his now loose jeans over his skinny backside. The alarms in the room were blipping uncontrollably as a pile of cords lay uselessly upon the bed. "Mr. Crow, you need to let us know if you want to leave the room." "As much as I've enjoyed my stay, I'm afraid it's time for me to go." "Mr. Crow, you're no in condition to live." "Yeah, I heard as much." He continued dressing as she tried to change his mind, but it was wasted air. Things were the way they were, and although he appreciated her concern, there wasn't a thing on earth that would keep him in that room for another minute. The doctor sent him home with a portable oxygen generator, a bulky, cylindrical gadget that pulled extra oxygen from the air. He realized in the car that it wasn't nearly the same as the real stuff, straight from the tap at the hospital, but it would have to do. By the time he made it to the kitchen, he collapsed into the first chair he stumbled across. He spotted the box sitting atop his kitchen table. There were no labels, no markings, nothing but cardboard and tape. They must have broken in, he thought. He briefly considered tossing it onto the floor and stomping it to pieces. The truth was, he couldn't. No matter how long he held out or how hard he fought, he wouldn't be able to die in peace until he knew what was inside. Crow drew a small folding knife from his pocket and sliced into the top. After brushing aside some crumpled newspaper, he found a gun. It was a very short, double-barreled shotgun, the type mobsters called a Lupara. The entire length was 15 inches long. He thumbed the action, and the barrels cracked open to reveal empty chambers. Crow closed the barrels with a flick of the wrist, and the metallic crack echoed around the empty apartment. Crow dug a little deeper. He pulled out 2 shotgun shells, both smooth and jet black. Upon inspecting one of the copper rims, he noticed a single letter pressed into the metal. V. Crow sneered and coughed again. Setting down the 2 shells, he dug for the others that surely must be there. It wasn't until the newspaper circled his feet in crumpled heaps that he realized that 2 was all there was. The hell? Only a large plastic envelope remained. He already knew what was inside and fetched a blacklight. It was one of several such lamps placed throughout the house. Crow tore open the top of the envelope and slowly pulled the picture out. As always, the front showed the target. The back showed vital information, such as name and address. To his surprise, the back sat totally blank. What the hell? After turning the picture over in his hand, his mouth dropped. Crow was many things, but he was not easily shocked. He had seen more in his years than most men, but nothing could have prepared him for that. The picture showed a man in a sharply tailored suit, flanked on either side by equally dressed men of various age and race. Without a second thought, he turned on the UV lamp and held it over the photograph. The man in the center of the picture began to glow an unearthly blue. No damn way. Vincent Haynes hung on to the edge of his heated pool. It was his morning ritual. 30 minutes in the balmy water every day of the year, weather permitting. The sun had only been up for about 15 minutes, and the steam still rose from the blue surface, twisting in casual loops that disappeared into the cool morning air. "Vincent, I'm heading out to work." "All right. Lunch?" Haynes asked his wife. There was a shuffling and giggling inside the house as his wife gathered her purse and their infant daughter. I don't think so. I'm still pretty slammed. Tomorrow, maybe?" "Yeah, that'll work. Love you guys." "We love you, too." Haynes stepped out of the pool and began to dry off. A sudden chill ran up his back at the unmistakable cold of a gun. "I didn't hear you come in," Haynes said, wrapping a towel around his waist. "They never do," Crow hissed in his ear. "What the hell is this?" Haynes turned and stared at the picture shoved into his hand. "Why do you still have this?" he said with a sudden sharpness. "You know protocol." "Screw protocol and screw you." Crow pressed the barrel to Haynes' forehead. "You and the agency getting one more in before I croak? Is that what this is?" Haynes smacked the gun aside. "You planning on shooting me?" "You think I won't? You honestly think I have anything to lose?" All at once, Crow began to hack and wheeze, and the gun dropped uselessly to the concrete. "Neither of us have time for this," Haynes said. The coughing faded, and Crow looked up, staring at his former employee with true hatred. "Did you UV the picture?" "Of course I did," Crow replied. "You faked it." "Why exactly would I do something like that? You think I really have time to mess with you? You were important to the agency, but not that important." Crow flipped on the oxygen compressor slung over his shoulder and fixed the tube into his nostrils. "It's a fake," he said, breathing deeply. "It has to be. What's on that picture is impossible." "No, not impossible. A highly unlikely worst-case scenario, but not impossible." Crow picked up the gun and flipped it open, staring at the V on the back of the shells. "V-load?" he said as he drew one of the shells out. "I know you were more of a desk jockey, but even you must know what's in here." Haynes took the shell and held it out between two fingers. A dozen wood flechettes, about 1.5 inches long, and each one soaked in garlic oil. Once they're packed, you fill in the rest of the shell with silver shavings. Effective kill range of about 10 feet, but one of these can seriously injure a target up to 30 feet. The perfect round to kill a vampire. That's exactly why I designed it. And now you're telling me to use it on him? On one of the 2 men running for president? Haynes sighed. "That's what I'm telling you. How the hell did this all happen? I've been killing monsters for the government for over 40 years, and I've never seen anything like this," Crow said, sitting at Haynes' dining room table. Haynes stood at the bar and poured a double scotch for each of them. "I know, it's a little early for booze," he said as he swirled the dark liquor in a glass. "I'll be dead in weeks," Crow croaked. "Early don't mean much anymore." The picture sat on the table in front of him, and he studied it intently. "I still can't imagine how this could happen." Hayes sat down across from him and sipped his drink, grimacing as he did. "I've been following this for a few years now, and there are days that I don't believe it. The agency has been tracking this whole situation very closely. Trust me when I tell you that you're not the only agent involved." "If you were on it, how did it get this far?" "I'll get there, but it goes back a lot further than you might think. Do you remember a target named Philip Knox?" Crow rubbed his bristled chin for a moment. "Doctor, right?" "That's the one." "Jesus, that was probably 15 years ago," Crow said. "More like 20. We had a lot of intel on him back then, but we never knew the full story. Based on medical records, Knox was supposed to die around 85. Cancer, like you. It was bad enough for him to go ahead and make final arrangements. Lucky for him, he had a sudden turnaround." "Miracle drug?" Crow asked, sarcastically. "Yeah, you could say that. Someone turned him, but all signs point to it being a mutual arrangement. We still don't know who it was, but they wanted something from him. They wanted a doctor with a very specific interest." "Such as?" "Eugenics." Knox wrote 6 articles for medical journals on the subject. Some of it is really controversial stuff, borderline crap that can give people bad ideas. "Like Hitler?" Crow mused. "Maybe worse, like a vampire with deep pockets." Regardless of who turned him in, he began to work closely, exclusively, for a company called Horizon Enterprises around 1989. There, he focused on R&D, the public details of which I won't bore you with. What I can tell you is how they caught the agency's attention. They were based out of San Francisco, a city with a high homeless population that began to mysteriously drop in the early 90s. Talking heads will prattle on about social systems and safety nets, but we knew better. Someone was taking them off the streets, and once we started looking, it didn't take long to trace it back to the good doctor. "We?" Crow asked, with a bit of uncharacteristic good humor in his voice. "Were you even alive then?" "Not that that matters, but I had just started with the agency around the time you took care of Knox." He glared at Crow and added, "Pardon me for not being as tenured." Oh, unwind your panties and keep talking. There was enough research done into Horizon to realize that it wasn't just a cover. There were people working there, a lot of them who probably had no clue what happened after hours, especially at the upper echelons. It was decided that taking Knox out would be enough to put the brakes on whatever was being planned, and for a while it did just that. Did you ever actually see any research? Not much, not until much later. Did you have any idea what he was up to? No, but we knew it was related to eugenics and eventually genetics. There were some notes that hinted at some kind of long-running vampire breeding plan, but they weren't complete. At the time, no one was able to put the pieces together, until 3 years ago, that is. Crow cleared his throat and then drained the rest of his glass. Can I smoke? Is that wise? Haynes asked. Not really, he said as he lit up. What happened 3 years ago? An agent killed a vampire moving a shipment of blood up from Mexico, and he found GPS coordinates to a place in West Virginia, only there was nothing for a 10-mile radius at that location. Turned out to be the start of a dirt road that led to a very remote facility in West Virginia. I'm talking off the grid completely. The outer structure was painted green to match the forest, and the majority of the floor pan was buried underground. They really didn't want to be found. No kidding. We sent a crew in and raided it, and it took months to sort through the research there. Turns out that killing Knox barely put a dent into the program, but we could finally see the entire scope of things. He had identified over 30 hereditary variables specific to vampires, everything from eye color, strength, allergies, and one very important piece of the puzzle, aversion to sunlight. Oh, I'll be damned. Before you killed him, he discovered that certain vampires could withstand exposure to the sun for longer periods than others, and after 20 years of infecting, breeding, and even genetic manipulation, the Horizon Group had finally created their masterpiece. A vampire that is immune to sunlight. Holy hell. Well said. Haynes refilled their glasses. They could make an army and take over. That seems to be what they've always wanted. You're right. But we caught wind of everything before it got that bad. What we stumbled upon in West Virginia was still Phase 1. At that point, there were only 3 of them, all born from a single vector, a mother. He shuddered as he said the last part. Mother. All of those years of breeding and testing came down to a single focal point, an absolute abomination. Haynes paused and took another sip from his drink. I was there, and after they cleared out the fodder, they found it. No one knew what to do. They wanted a desk jockey to make the final call, so they picked me. Haynes drank down what was left in his glass and set it down on the table. Even now, it's hard to say what it was originally. They kept it in a cage, sort of hunched over like a dog. It was hairless, toothless, and eyeless. Didn't even have holes for ears. I don't even think it was actually conscious, at least not exactly. It flinched if you hit the cage, and it would lap up anything that fell on the floor, but that was it. There were tubes coming out from around its spine, removing fluids, raw genetic material. These were used to create the serum. When injected into a human, they would turn it into a vampire like no other. Based on the notes, they tested it on dozens of candidates before they got it right, and the effects were disastrous. Eventually they cracked it, and when they did, they knew it was precious and damn hard to recreate. They had to choose the right candidate for the change. I wonder now if maybe they knew how close we were to finding them. What happened to the mother? Crow asked. V-load, decapitation, gasoline, every single shred of DNA had to be destroyed, and I made sure it was. Crow pointed to the picture. If he's one, who were the other 2? Both were test subjects that worked at the facility. A first test and a backup. Both were killed and ID'd after we went in. They knew the little serum that remained was more precious than anything that any of them had ever done, so they made sure it went to the right person, a rising star who had already been using his clout to further their causes, a man who wanted to be a vampire and to hold the highest office. He's the only one left. "Are you sure?" Crow asked, his voice rising as he finally understood the enormity of the situation. "Are you absolutely sure?" "We confirmed everything. The Horizon Group is dead. All the loose ends have been tied and retied. The only thing left is him." Crow leaned back and took another sip before tipping his cigarette into his glass. He coughed once and wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. "It's just one guy. What can he really do?" Haynes sighed. "We don't know. And that's what scares the hell out of us. Maybe he can't do anything. Like most presidents, he might be too tied up in war and politics to do a thing. But imagine the possibilities. Despite everything we do, the vampire underground is stronger than ever. What if he becomes the first president to start legalizing all the drugs we supposedly fight against? The agency dwindles and they start to take over. What if he opens the borders to more traffic from Mexico? All of a sudden, we would be overwhelmed. But most importantly, what if his DNA is the key to restarting Horizon? That's what really scares me. An army of vampires walking around in the sun. Crow thought about this and said, "All right, I get it, but why me?" Haynes leaned back and struggled with his words. "What do you want me to say? That you're one of the best? That you're the right man for the job? That you're the only one that can get it done?" "All of those things might be true, but I think you know the real reason it has to be." Crow's best sarcastic smile rose at the edges of his mouth. "Because it's a one-way trip." Haynes nodded solemnly. "I've tried to pull strings with the Secret Service to find a good time to make a hit, but it's too far gone for that. If we reach any farther, we'll expose the agency, and we can't do that, not even for this mission. If it happens, it has to happen without any extra intervention on our part." "So you're asking me to commit suicide?" "No, I'm asking you to do what's right." Crow stood and turned toward the window. The sun shined on the perfectly manicured lawn, and he couldn't help but think about his own apartment. So shabby, so simple, so much less. "You know what they gave me for my retirement? After 35 years in a case of lung cancer, I got a gold pocket watch. It's a nice one, too." He turned back to Haynes. "I fought these monsters for the better part of my life, and all I have to show for it is a watch that costs about the same as your television set. What the hell do I care about what's right?" "Crow, please. You know what'll happen if I do this? Every person I've ever known, including my daughter, who wants nothing to do with me, will think I was sick. Not just a degenerate, but a degenerate with a diseased mind. The cops will raid my house and find all my weapons, guns, and knives, all the tools of the trade. The tools of your trade, I should say. And they'll all go, 'I knew something wasn't right about him. He just kept to himself a little too much. He was probably some kind of pervert, too.' No, that won't happen." "Oh, but it will. For months they'll show my picture on every screen they can fit it on, so the world can see the monster. The damn monster. And then they'll go on to proclaim the real monster a hero, a martyr, a beacon of hope for all of us. And for years he will be spoken of with reverence and pride, a true paragon. I won't even be the crap on the bottom of his shoe. Does that sound just about right to you?" Haynes said nothing. "It's screwed up," Crow said plainly. "And I wouldn't mind punching you in the mouth, but that don't mean I won't do it. I don't know what to say. I didn't propose, you dandy little jerk, and I didn't say I would do it either. I want to hear the plan first." "I guess there's no point in arguing. Haines said as he stared into Crow's old stony face. "I meant what I said earlier, when I told you we don't have much time. There's really only one shot. He'll be in Atlanta in 3 days for a town hall meeting. Usual fluff stuff, mainly just his supporters around to sing his praises, while the press take pictures. We've got the flight, hotel, and rental car already prepared for you. As security. For general public, not too bad, but if you want to get close, it'll be stiff. That's where you'll have to improvise." Crow stood up and slung the oxygen compressor over his shoulder. "Send me the stuff." "So you're in?" Crow stopped at the door. "Dunno. Watch the news, and if I were you, I'd work on a contingency plan." Crow spent the rest of the day drinking. Around 3 o'clock, someone knocked, but by the time he stumbled to the door, he only found an envelope that had been shoved underneath. The night moved on in a drunken spin. Empty beer cans littered his apartment floor like fallen leaves. Shortly after midnight, he passed out with a revolver clasped tightly in his right hand, the hammer cocked. The idea had been to get drunk one last time, but the results left something to be desired. Crow woke gasping for breath, sure he had broken some ribs at some point. He rolled onto his back and gulped at the open air, an invisible weight lying on his chest. The feeling didn't leave him until he pulled himself clumsily into his recliner and turned on his oxygen. It was the closest he had ever come to dying, and the feeling shocked him deeper than he could have imagined. He rested in the chair until almost noon. By then, his breathing had normalized. "What a crappy life this is," he said as he finally groped his way into the kitchen. "Good thing I'm dying." He laughed as he fished a slice of cold pizza from the fridge. By 6 o'clock that night, Crow had been staring at the phone for nearly 2 hours. "She'll be home by now. I know that much. She'll be home, but he won't be yet, so now's the time. If I'm going to do it, now's the time." He lifted the phone and stared at it, something he'd done 6 times by now. "Don't set it down again. Don't you frickin' do it." Crow forced his fingers through the numbers as fast as he could. The droning ring sent a chill down his back. "Hello?" A man's voice answered. "Mark?" Crow replied in the most amiable voice he could muster. "Yes, who's this?" It's Mr. Crow." There was a long, empty pause. "Your father-in-law." "Oh, look, Elizabeth isn't here." There was a shuffling on the line, followed by the muted sounds of voices too faint to make out. "She's working late tonight. I can tell her you called." "Put my daughter on." "I told you she's not here." "And I told you to put her on the damn phone. I'm not playing with you, you prissy little twerp. I swear to God, if I have to drive down there, I'll beat you until you're—" "Dad!" It was the first time in 3 years that Crow had heard his daughter's voice, and his eyes immediately stung. Liz," he said in a shaky voice. Hi. "Dad, I thought we agreed you wouldn't do this anymore." Her voice was stern. "I know, it's just that, well, there's some things going on with me, and I needed to let you know." "There's nothing you can say now that can make up for the things you said when Mark and I got married." "I don't expect you to change your mind, Liz. I just need to tell you something." "No one calls me Liz anymore. No one has called me that in 10 years. Crow paused for a long time. "You're still Liz to me." Her answer was sudden, direct, without a moment of hesitation. "I don't want to hear from you anymore. Not now, not ever." The phone went dead, and he sat in the fading sunlight spilling in through the bedroom window, feeling more empty and older than he ever had. When the sun was gone, he found a forgotten fifth of bourbon in the back of a kitchen cabinet. The bottle was half full, and he belted it down within minutes. At some point in the night, Crow found himself behind the wheel. It played like a VHS tape that had started in the middle. He couldn't, for the life of him, remember getting in the car or turning out onto the highway. A could have been killed, he thought to himself, and the idea made him double over with laughter. Crow knew exactly where he was headed, and there was only one reason for going there. He stopped the first hooker he crossed, something he never did in the past. But now diseases didn't seem too pressing of an issue. She stepped into his truck and they drove. "What you looking for?" she asked. "You got a menu?" he replied, laughing. They passed under a streetlight as he glanced over at her, seeing a glimpse of her for the first time. To his amazement, she was smiling, a toothy, decaying smile. "You a case, ain't you?" she replied with good humor. "That I am, sweetheart." "I know a place up here," she said, motioning to an empty, darkened lot. Once in the parking lot, she turned to him. "So, let's talk business," she quoted the prices and services, ticking them off with her fingers. Crow leaned back and smiled. He said with a smirk. "Might just have to go with a sampler platter." He reached into the glove box for a roll of cash. "Money is no object, my body lass." A sudden splash of moonlight hit her face and Crow felt silent. Without any real warning, he was thrown backward, back through the pain and the years of the soul-crushing regret. All at once, it wasn't a stringy-haired hooker in the passenger seat next to him. It was his wife. Maybe it was the way the moon hit her face, or maybe it was the faint scent that hung on her, the subtle smell of perfume or deodorant, a scent that was achingly familiar. Or maybe he was just a dying old man whose mind refused to be trusted. The reasons didn't matter. "Here," he said, handing her money. She thumbed through the stack, and when she realized they were all hundreds, her eyes cut back to him defensively. "Now, I don't do no crazy stuff. I got kids. Please don't make me do no crazy stuff." "Just get out," he said. Her eyes grew large, and tears welled up at the edge of them. "Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me." Crow reached across her and opened the door. "I'm certainly a piece of crap, lady, just not that kind." As the prostitute fled into the night, Crow drove away slowly, stopping just once at the liquor store. The next morning, Crow's pillow was dark brown from blood. He stared at it, wondering how much he'd lost, and when he stumbled into the bathroom, he wasn't surprised to see the sallow, sunken shade of his skin. He looked dead already, and the way things were going, he would be by the end of the week. There was nothing left for him. Not that there had been much to begin with. It took a few hours to gather his supplies and load his trunk with his tools. By nightfall, he was in Atlanta. When Crow checked into a hotel, he sent a suit out to be cleaned with the guarantee that it would be ready first thing in the morning. He hated wearing suits, but this one was sharp. It was a single-breasted navy blue job that made him look as respectable as any other man at the town hall. Crow spent most of the night in his hotel room with his tools spread out on the table. He brought a bag packed to the brim with everything he could possibly need, and he immediately set to work. For years he had been good with his hands, and even though they shook harder than ever, they refused to let him down. The only break he allowed himself was long enough to order a steak, the biggest one that room service could bring. In the early hours of the morning, when the work was done, Crow wondered whether or not the thing he built would get the job done. "Either way," he said to himself, "either way." Crow checked his reflection in the mirror. He barely recognized himself. His face was clean-shaven for the first time in a month, and though his suit was as sharp as ever, it clung to his old bones like they were draped over a coat rack. It was the thinnest he had ever been. The last thing he did was pull out a notepad, removed a square of the white paper, and sat down on the edge of the bed. It didn't take long to write what he wanted to say. "Let's do it," he said as he slung the oxygen tank over his shoulder. After tipping the cab driver $100, he stepped out at the convention center. "Damn buddy," the driver said. "Thanks, I hope you get to feeling better." Crow laughed. "You know something? Dying is damn tough." The walk up to the center almost did him in. He was forced to stop on the long flight of concrete stairs to fit the oxygen tubes into his nostrils. The crowd parted around Crow. Some glanced, feigning concern, but no one tried to stop him as he made his way through the sea of people. Once he made it into the center, Crow truly believed he would keel over then and there. With each new breath, his lungs expanded a little less. It felt as if his shirt grew tighter by the second. He leaned against the wall, coughing and wheezing, completely unable to catch his breath. Finally, one of the staff spied him and approached cautiously. "Sir, are you all right?" Crow dug deep and spoke. "No, sir, I'm not all right." He took a deep breath and tapped into his few remaining reserves of charm and hoped it would be enough. "And I won't be all right until I know our country is headed in the right direction. I'm sick, awful sick. But I've come to see the man that could save the country I love while it's still worth saving. And if I get the chance to shake his hand, well, sir, I think I could die happy." The growing smile on the young volunteer's face told Crow that even at death's door he still had it. The volunteer led him into a queue of people, all passing through a strenuous security check. After a short wait, Crow was asked some personal information, which an attractive young girl entered into a laptop. There was a short pause as the computer ran his information. Then she gave a quick smile and allowed him to proceed. In the past, before computers became quite so ubiquitous, he would have been worried, but not anymore. The agency wasn't good for much, but you could count on them to cover the fake IDs. "Thanks for coming, Mr. Jacobson. It'll take a minute to get through security, but after that, we'll have a seat for you near the front." "Thank you, my dear." Crow smiled kindly. That's right, he thought. Just another old grandpa here, nothing to worry about. He counted a dozen security men, all in dark suits and wearing sunglasses, except for a single dark-haired young man holding a wand. As Crow walked through the gate, the alarm began beeping. "Oh, my," he said. "I suppose it must be my belt." "Raise your arms," the guard said. Crow did as instructed. The guard swept the wand up and down. He settled briefly on the oxygen condenser before lowering the wand, apparently satisfied. Each breath was so shallow that Crow was seeing black blotches in front of his eyes before he sat down in his assigned seat. It was the front row, just off-center of the action. As he eased down, his vision began to clear. "Sir, are you okay?" He nodded at the boy. "Fine. Just need to catch my breath." Crow leaned on his elbow and focused on breathing until a spasm of coughing assaulted his momentary calm. The handkerchief he kept in his pocket was soaked with blood by the time it stopped, but he quickly stuffed it away. A sudden blur of movement and deafening applause added to the overwhelming confusion Crow felt. Then excited voices coming through the speakers blended with cheers from places unseen. "Here he is, our next President of the United States, a true man of the people." There were splashes of color that darted in and out of the gray arena, and a voice, louder than the others, rose above the din. Crow tried to keep his focus, but so much was happening at once. He let himself fade into his memories. "Liz," he muttered. Something black stirred around the rafters, and occasionally a smoky tendril stretched down and brushed across the audience like a hand drawn across the tops of a wheat field. Crow rubbed his eyes, and it was gone. Suddenly, there was a hand on his shoulder. He was being lifted up, helped to his feet, and even in that stupor he managed a smile. "Do you want to talk?" the usher asked. Crow's eyes focused just long enough to see the same young man that greeted him at the front door. "I think we would all love to hear from you." Crow had never been more confused in his life, but then a euphoric moment of lucidity washed over him. The sights and sounds melted away, and there was only him and the job. In 35 years he had not missed a target. He stood up as straight as his aching insides would allow. The usher led him down a few stairs to the empty microphone waiting at the bottom. A woman in her 50s had just finished asking a question, and the candidate was just now wrapping up with his winding answer. "You'll be next," a man told Crow. "Just step up to the mic and share your thoughts. It'll be positive, right?" Crow flashed his slyest smile. "Absolutely." The crowds clapped, thousands of faces turned toward him, and everything fell silent. This is it, Crow thought. "Did you have a question, sir?" The candidate, the enemy, the catalyst that could change the world, asked him. "No," Crow said, suddenly aware of how weak his voice sounded. "Not a question, just a statement, if you'd listen." "Of course, I'll always listen to the American people." "I knew you would." Crow took a deep breath and tugged uneasily at the tube in his nose. "I've been a public servant for 35 years. I've worked hard almost every day of my life, and I've sacrificed a lot to do my job well. It was a job that a lot of people wouldn't have wanted to do, but I tried not to complain too much." He took a breath, then continued. "Now I'm sick. I don't have much more time. Here at the end, I can't help but wonder what all that work was for. I've always thought that we go out what we put in, that the world we fought for was the world we found waiting for us." He stopped to breathe once more. "But that promise didn't come true, not for me at least. I'm at the end and I don't have much of anything." He scanned the room for a moment, realizing he didn't have much else to say, but knowing that his work wasn't done, not just yet. "But I have to say one thing. Before I die, I want to know that the America I grew up believing in will be in good hands. I want it to be like it was, and I know you're the man to get us there. I don't have much left to believe in, but I can honestly say that I believe in you." The crowd erupted, and the candidate nodded his head, smiling all the while. When the applause died, he followed up with a mini-speech of his own, thanking Crow for his contribution and assuring him that his work and hope would not be in vain. The usher took Crow's shoulder once more and led him back to his seat. "That was amazing," the young man whispered in his ear. "I'll bet you make the national news." "I'd put money on it," Crow snorted. The people around him were still clapping, still bobbing their nods of approval as he took his seat among them. A hand gently settled on his shoulder, and he glanced back to see a white-haired man leaning in close to him. "Jesus is with you, brother," the man said. Crow stared from the hand up to the man's eyes. "Get that hand off me before I shove it up your backside." The hand slowly slid away. Time passed. Crow faded in and out, hardly there. Then he was on his feet, pushed forward by the throng, urged up to the edge of the crowd. The candidate was passing by the aisle, shaking hands, smiling for cameras. Crow tottered, barely standing, barely breathing, barely living. The world was a tapestry of voices and faces, most unfamiliar, but some long lost, long dead, long gone. Still he was urged forward, closer and closer, until he was next in line, so close to the candidate he could smell his aftershave. A hand thrusted towards him, as welcoming and warm as any old friend. Crow looked from it to the beaming face of the candidate, no doubt pondering the mileage the picture could generate. Crow had slaughtered hundreds of beasts before, but never had he shaken hands with one. He slapped his hand into the candidate's and shook firmly. Then he pulled him close, so close, his mouth was inches away from his ear. The $1,000,000 smile never faded, and they looked like two old buddies sharing a joke. The oxygen condenser lodged in between the two of them, and the top pressed into the candidate's chest. Crow slipped aside the false bottom from the casing he had hollowed out the night before. He drew his target closer with his right hand. With his left hand, he found the handle of the double barrel resting in the tank. He pressed it up toward the top of the condenser. "You know what's funny?" he asked the creature in front of him. "There are fools in this world who actually think their lives make a difference." The candidate pulled back, his smile fading as the two men parted. Crow tilted the condenser down toward the vampire's heart. "Can you believe that?" he asked, grinning as he pulled both triggers. The back of the candidate's immaculate suit exploded into confetti, and blood splattered onto everyone within a 10-foot radius. Splintered wood and shaved pieces of silver shredded the vampire's heart, and the candidate was dead before he hit the ground. Secret Service agents were on Crow, but none of them opened fire like he thought they would. Instead, they dove on him, pinning him on the ground. He felt knees all over his back, elbows across his neck. Rather than fight, Crow simply closed his eyes. "Let's get this over with," he thought. In normal cases, there might have been questions of police brutality. Crow's, however, was no normal case, and there was little doubt that the severity of his cancer had contributed greatly to his death by asphyxiation under half a dozen Secret Service agents. Even without the cancer, no one would have shed a tear for him. Crow became the kind of freak that the world couldn't get enough of, a man that hated God and country, a total anarchist whose story could only end in such a brutal way. Anyone close to him was hounded by the media for months after the assassination. The candidate became a firebrand for the country, a symbol of true patriotism. Bridges between the two parties were mended as every elected representative united in hatred of the man named Crow. In the end, every detail of that sad slice of American history was accounted for, catalogued, and drawn out to its absolute extreme. Every detail except for one. After Crow had left his hotel room, an employee of the agency had entered at Haynes' request. He had removed a note handwritten on a piece of hotel letterhead. The note had been delivered to Haynes, who had instructed it to be delivered to the home of Elizabeth Wilcox, formerly Elizabeth Crow. The note read, "Liz, I could never convince you or anyone else, but what I did was the right thing to do. That doesn't matter, though. I just wanted you to know. I'm sorry. Crow." I don't work late anymore. That's what the guys told me the first day I joined the company as a cubicle rat, that we don't work late here. The office could be any one of a million around the world. Partitions about 5 feet high, too high for a person to be distracted by looking or talking to cubicle neighbors, unless he was standing up. The air swirls with a miasma of electronics, printer toner, stale coffee, and air freshener. A soft whispering of muttered curse words, the scratchy sounds of music leaking out of cheap headphones, and the drag of smart shoes across the dull gray carpet. Rows upon rows of cubicles, a graveyard of college dreams. I'm in the last row of cubicles before the drywall, all the way in from the doors to the elevator, the fire escape, the windows, and any form of natural light. The only consolation was that there was a good 8 feet of walking room behind me, enough space for copiers and the occasional conversation with my fellow cubicle rats. By my second week at the office, the learning curve was already getting to me. First thing on Friday morning, I had to turn in a report, and it was already Thursday evening. I hadn't even finished half of the required number crunching. I was in full work mode, headphones on, music blasting. It was past 1 in the morning when I received the first pop-up on my computer. "We watch." It had been sent from Brad's desk. No working late, I thought. Yeah, right. I guess they didn't want anyone pulling ahead of the Rat Pack. Stop messing with me, I replied. I gotta rush this. By 1:30, it was time to start loading up on caffeine. I stopped by Brad's desk on my way out. No one was there. I figured that Brad had left sometime during the past half an hour. I brewed myself an extra strong cup of coffee at the pantry and looked out of the window at the deserted lot. I saw one solitary car, mine, and the wobbling shine of a flashlight as the building's only security guard made his rounds. It was just going to be me and the spreadsheets for the rest of the night. I headed back to my desk. Another message from Brad awaited me. Play with us. There was no way Brad could have been in the building. The car park was empty. Stop messing with me, I messaged him angrily. I'm in the building and I need to finish up my report. I dropped my phone onto the desk. I stopped over to Brad's desk. I was certain that I would be able to identify some VPN trickery that was enabling him to pull off his stunt through the corporate firewall. I scanned through the running programs but couldn't find anything. Puzzled, I took off my headphones, and for the first time that night, I froze. The ventilation sounded strange. Instead of the usual low rumble in the background, it came in intermittent whooshing pulses. The pauses gave me the eerie feeling that the entire building was breathing. I was seriously considering giving up on the report and getting out of the building when something made the decision for me. Messages start to appear on Brad's computer. Too many, too fast, to open all at once. Stay with us. The messages were being sent simultaneously from all the computers on the floor. I looked into the next cubicle and found the screen illuminated by the same flood of messages. Elaborate joke or not, I was thoroughly freaked out. Okay, you guys win! I yelled with feigned bravado across the empty office. I raced back to my cubicle and was confronted by the sight of my own terrified face on my computer screen. Someone had switched my webcam on. Someone, or something, was in the room with me. Turning on the webcam required that a physical switch be flicked. As I watched, another message popped up on my screen. Watch. The lights went out. Every single ceiling light and every other computer screen. By that point, I was already half crazed with fear and let out a yelp. In reality, the blackout may have only lasted a few seconds, but at the time, it felt like hours. The entire room was dark, with the exception of the faint glow from my monitor. Since my cubicle faced the wall, there was nothing but pitch black behind my face on the screen. Ready to leave, I scooped up my car keys. That's when I saw them. 2 bright points above my left shoulder in the darkness, outside my cubicle. I shivered, goosebumps rising on my arms, mesmerized by the 2 points. As I watched, one of the points disappeared for a second, then reappeared. That's when I realized what they were. Eyes. A wink. At that moment, I did the only intelligent thing I did the entire night. Instead of turning around, I clambered up on my desk, crushing the keyboard along the way, and went over the cubicle wall. I tumbled into the next cubicle and scooted backwards. I strained my ears to listen for the sound of breathing or footsteps, anything that could have told me which direction the person, or thing, was coming from. Nothing. I didn't hear a thing, but I felt it. The only illumination came from the emergency lighting near the fire escape in the elevator. I could feel the darkness growing deeper down the aisle. I realized then that I had never known true fear, the absolute terror when your body seizes up and your muscles refuse to obey you, in my life. My breath came in short rasps. Iron bands tightened around my lungs. I tried to get up, shift backwards, or move at all, but I was shaking like a leaf. My body was soaked with sweat while my blood turned to ice in my veins. Brad saved my life that night. The banal tune announcing an incoming message broke the silence, ringing clearly throughout the vacant office. The dark paused, confused for a second, and the spell was broken. I was on my feet and down the fire escape in seconds. The next day I'd learned that the message that saved me was a simple, "Get out now!" I tore down the stairwell. I was already booking it across the library to the main entrance when I heard the unmistakable chimes of the elevator descending from the 5th floor. I burst out of the building and sprinted across the parking lot. As I burned rubber, I took one last look through the lobby at the elevator. It was totally dark inside, not just as if the lights were out. It was as though the light from the foyer itself was being repelled by whatever was in the lift. That was the last time I stayed late for work. Following the ordeal, I took 2 days off. Upon my return, I found a message left for me at my computer. "We're still watching." My boss was surprisingly understanding about my missing the deadline. I told him that I tried to stay up late to finish it up but fell sick instead. There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. He gave me another 2 days to finish. My coworkers and I never spoke of the incident specifically, though Brad and some of the others looked at me differently after that night. Any food with meat in it spoils usually fast at the office, Brad told me later, on what he felt was a related note. It's all right on the first day, but if it's left overnight, it'll spoil immediately, like it's been out in the sun for a week. Brad told me that his first experience with this had been the year he'd been tasked with carving a turkey for an annual holiday lunch. That year, only half the turkey had been eaten, so he stored the leftovers in a container in the fridge. When everyone returned to the office Monday, the pantry reeked of death. It turned out that, although it had been refrigerated over the weekend, the entire tub had rotted into a brownish-blackish goop. Brad ruled out a power outage when he realized that the gallon of milk beside the turkey hadn't spoiled. After a round of beers, I convinced Brad to share some other details with me, and he confided in me something that, to this day, he has never mentioned to the rest of the office. That within the rotten mess, he'd found what was left of the turkey bones, scored from top to bottom with teeth marks, as if something had been gnawing on them. 2 months after the incident, I was all but certain I wasn't the only one in the office who had experienced something odd during the overnights. Yet there seemed to be a wall of vow of silence in place, discouraging discussion of the strange occurrences. No one wanted to talk about anything that happened after hours. The guards weren't much help either. One of them told me that they had given up patrolling the building at night because the lights kept switching off and the vents were breathing. The night shift guards spent as much time patrolling the outside of the building as possible and only ventured into the lobby for short breaks. One of the guards I spoke to was even more practical. Since no one ever worked late or came back to retrieve anything, he spent most of his night shift in plain clothes at a nearby 24-hour cafe. Nobody wants to end up like Jason. Poor kid went loco and slit his wrists in the office. The name sounded familiar. Something clicked. Jason was the name of one of the guys who used to sit at my table. No one told me anything about him, but his name and voice were indelibly etched in my memory for the most trivial of reasons. At the time of my hire, I didn't know how to work the voicemail on my office line. I spent 3 weeks listening to Jason introducing himself every single time I checked my voicemail. Coincidentally, it was Brad who helped me troubleshoot. Brad quickly became my closest friend in the office. He was a large man, well over 6 feet tall, and wrestled in high school. If you looked closely, you could just make out the shape of a star college athlete beneath the 18 years of burgers, takeout, and pizzas. A great sense of humor rounded out the image of an all-around good guy. Since Brad had told me about the Christmas incident, it stood to reason that he could tell me about Jason as well. The day before was payday, so early that evening, Brad and I hit a series of bars. He was doing most of the drinking. At the third bar, I broached the topic of Jason. Jason was a smart kid, Brad said. Just out of college, still living college hours, even though he'd touched down in corporate America. His entire life was jet-lagged. He'd come in at 10 a.m., then work till midnight. Brad evidently caught my intake of breath when he mentioned Jason's working hours. He continued. Jason got the messages, too. At some point or another, all of us have. Late at night, mostly. Sometimes, when everybody's stepped out for lunch and you're the only one in the office. Same kind of message you told me about. Jason was no exception. Told me about it after his first day at work. He told me he stopped the messages by pulling the network cable out. Like I said, smart kid. A few nights of that, and he started to act strange. He started hanging around quiet spots around the office, talking to himself. We found him on the roof once and later in the stationery room. The boss was concerned. Every time Jason handed in work after pulling an all-nighter, extra pages were attached, with row after row of the same thing written over and over. They watch me. Boss told him on Thursday that Friday would be his last day and not to come back on Monday. It happened on Friday. It was 2 p.m. The public address system went off. At first, we thought it was the annual fire drill or something. Then we heard him crying. He cleared his throat and said, "They watch me." He went silent for a second. Then there was a small metallic snap and more silence. Then he took a big, shuddering breath, then moaned and cried some more. Then he repeated the same 3 words again. "They watch me." All of us were at our desks, jaws hanging open. Things went on like that for 5 straight minutes. Some of the women started crying. At that point, the boss hauled me up. He said he needed a couple of big guys to bust down the door to the security room. Told me that Jason snuck in when the guard stepped out for lunch and locked himself in there. So we were outside the security room. At the time, Jason was still on the PA system. His voice was weaker, and he was coughing and slurring a lot more by then. Since I was the biggest, I called dibs on throwing myself at the door. The door busted open on my 3rd try. By that time, there was nothing but a gurgling sound coming over the speakers. The room was pitch dark. I was in there for a good 30 seconds with Jason before someone turned on the light. Then the dark. Brad paused, clearly troubled by the memory. He took a long draught of beer. "They told you that he slit his wrist, didn't they?" I nodded, numbly. "It's what the boss and I told everyone else. Only 2 of us saw him before the ambulance arrived, you see. He didn't slit his wrists. He'd gotten a couple of those big box cutter knives we got down in stationery. He'd been snapping off the little sections of the blade and swallowing them while he spoke on the PA. There was blood everywhere. He didn't say another word until he died of blood loss in the ER. He must have swallowed a dozen shards." His story complete, Brad turned back to the beers with a vengeance. He downed another 2 before he unsteadily rose to his feet. I'd swapped out for Coke after the second beer. On the drive home, Brad snored away in the passenger seat, but there was one more detail I had to know. I prodded him with my elbow. "You said something about the dark in the room," I coaxed. "We weren't alone, me and Jason. Something else was in there with us." Brad's voice sounded dreamy, far away. I don't even think he was fully conscious. "Nobody came in after me because no light would get into the room. Only the boss had the sense to stick his hand into the room to flip the light switch. When the lights came on, the dark, the shadows, moved away from it, flowing like water, like it was alive." We spent the rest of the ride in silence. I left him in the care of Daisy, his long-suffering partner. She gave me a tired smile as she helped him into their house. On my way back home, I received the first of many phone calls. The number nearly made me swerve off the road. It was an office line. Jason's office line. I rejected the call. 5 minutes later, I got a second call. I rejected it again. By the time I'd reached my house, I rejected no less than 7 calls from the office. It was already past midnight. I took the battery out of my mobile and left the phone next to my house keys. I took a shower and nearly drifted off to sleep when my home phone started to ring. I was exhausted, and by the time I turned on the bedside lamp, I heard the tail end of the message on my answering machine. Please leave your message after the beep. I only had time to think, oh God, no, before I heard the sobbing followed by Jason's voice, the voice that I remembered from work. They watch you. Sob, snap, sigh, over and over again. My first rational thought was that someone had recorded Jason's last words and was playing the recording over the phone to me. But as I listened to the voice from where I stood in my bedroom, I understood that it couldn't have been a recording. I stared through the dimly lit doorway for an eternity before I realized just how dark it truly was in the hallway, so abysmal that even the red LED on the answering machine was shrouded. No illumination, not the street lights, nor the light from any of the nearby windows, nor the living room, spilled into the hallway from where I stood. I was not alone. From that moment, instinct took over, and just as the clock struck 2 a.m., I barricaded myself in my bedroom. I shoved my writing desk in front of my door, shut the curtains, and locked the windows. I blasted my music at full volume to drown out the maddening monologue issuing from just beyond my door. By the time I summoned enough courage to crack open my bedroom door, it was well past 11 a.m. A cursory glance into the living room revealed nothing but the morning light streaming through the window and the message light on my answering machine, winking like a malevolent eye. I took the entire machine down to the corner of the street and dumped it in a trash can. Then I sent an email to the boss saying I would be out the next 2 days. When I finally got back to work, the first thing I noticed was how tired Brad looked. My experience with my answering machine was deeply unsettling, but it was nothing compared to what Brad must have gone through. His eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. The sour smell of sweat clung to him. He confided that he'd received prank calls throughout the night, but that he never once managed to pick up the phone in time. He also said work was piling up, so he'd been trying his best to get a couple of reports done before the weekend. As the week wore on, Brad grew more distant and reclusive. He began to avoid conversation with everyone, including me. He took to staying at the office even later than I did. Every day, when I clocked out without fail, I saw his car sitting there in the lot. Any attempts to talk sense into him were met with silence. I thought that the upcoming weekend would be a good excuse to conspire with Daisy to lift his spirits, perhaps by taking him out for a nice meal or a drink somewhere. Saturday morning was when things started going wrong. I woke up to find a text message from Brad on my phone, time-stamped at 2 a.m. They watch me. I felt numb with shock. I desperately tried to recall Jason's story. Had Brad exhibited any signs other than being tired and withdrawn? I knew I had to do something. I called Brad's mobile. When I got no response, I tried Daisy, but she wasn't much help either. Brad hadn't come home the night before, and she was nearly senseless with worry. He'd been working too hard, she said, and he'd kept getting calls from the office late at night. My vision swam, and I nearly dropped my phone when I heard that. Where are you? I texted Brad, hoping that he would answer. Always been here. Still here, waiting. Are you safe? Are you okay? I responded. Talk too much. Fixed it. Are you in the office? Can you come out and meet me? I replied, unsure what to make of his last answer. Not leaving. Still busy. Come and see. Something wasn't right. I tasted bile at the back of my throat and choked back the fear as the memory of Jason's voice on my answering machine rushed back. I knew where Brad was. It was 11 a.m. when I arrived at the office. The sight of Brad's car sitting alone in the car park greeted me. The engine was cold. I found a day shift guard leaning against the side of the building. His name tag proclaimed that he was Jim. I asked if he had seen Brad go into the building. He replied that Brad's car had been there when he'd taken over from the previous guard, and that he, much like all the other guards, never wandered around the building alone. He agreed to come up with me to look for Brad. We both paused at the lobby, and after exchanging a telltale look, we opted for the staircase instead. Neither of us wanted to take the elevator. Just as we reached our destination, my phone chimed to alert me that I'd received an incoming message. I didn't check it, electing to push open the door of the stairwell instead. Upon our arrival at the 5th floor, I shouted for Brad but got no response. I noted that all the lights were off. Sunlight streamed ineffectually through the office windows and failed to dispel the room's shadowy pall. Everything was still. I noticed then how cold it was in the office, as if someone had cranked the air conditioning all the way up. As we walked toward Brad's cubicle, I noticed that the ventilation was pulsating, and once again got the feeling that the building was taking slow, wheezing breaths. A torrent of frigid air accompanied us to Brad's desk. We discovered Brad slumped over at the desk, a trickle of blood from his mouth pooling on its surface. It was already cold to the touch. Jim was industriously efficient, already on the phone with emergency services, giving them our location and a description of the circumstances. I pulled out my phone to look at the last text message I'd received. It was from Brad. Time to play. Brad had clearly been dead for some time. Jim had already sensed the tension, and his fingers tightened instinctively around the can of mace at his belt. My fingers shook as I dialed Brad's number on my phone. The sound of Brad's ringtone cut through the lethargic pulse of the ventilation. Both of us jumped, and Jim actually whipped out his can of mace. The tune reverberated across the room, sounding both muffled and amplified, as if it was emanating from a tight space, echoing off bare walls. Jim and I both locked eyes on the inevitable source of the melody. In the darkness, just 10 feet away, behind a ventilation grill near the ceiling, was the faint glimmer of an LCD screen casting shadows inside the vent. The look on my face told Jim everything he needed to know. We both broke into a dead sprint for the staircase. We passed as many as 4 vents in our mad 40-yard dash. I took one last look up at the vent next to the door at the staircase. Brad's ringtone blasted from it, and I saw the same glimmer of light radiating from the grates. The paramedics arrived 10 minutes later. Jim stayed on the ground floor while I went up with them. I looked away as the EMTs went about their work. After some time, the lead ambulance technician came over to have a word with me. The police will be here in a bit to look over things, to make sure there's no foul play or anything. Do you have any idea how he died? I asked tentatively. There were no obvious injuries. My guess? Some sort of aneurysm? Blood vessel popped in his head? From the looks of it, he had some kind of seizure, too. It's rare, but not impossible. The man grimaced. Your friend, he bit off half of his tongue. Our guys are still searching for it. Talked too much. Fixed it. Brad's message. Oh, dear God. By the way, the tech said, interrupting my epiphany, would you guys mind turning on the AC? It's a little stuffy in here. I looked him in the eye.
Chilling tales for dark